Take it to the next level.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to Online Darts. This is Pro Tour Live for Players Championship 23. Myself, Bill Bars, and Dan Simpson are here to run you through all the action as it unfolds. Dan, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Phil. How are you? Are you well?
I'm very well, mate. Very well indeed. Apart from open wallet surgery this morning to book a windscreen replacement. What a rip-off.
Oh,
apart from
that's not good at all, mate. Not good.
No. But other than that, I am all good, mate. How are you? Back off holiday?
Yeah, literally a quick turnaround for me. Without wanting to brag, I've got 24 hours at home and I'm back off on another holiday. So so it's complete chaos in the Simpson house today. We've got 3 suitcases worth of washing going through the washing machine, the dryer's working to its capacity, and I've somehow managed to get a pass from Mrs. S to lock myself away in the dining room and talk to you all about darts all afternoon. So I'm not quite sure how. I think it's only because that, you know, when you get to the end of a holiday and everyone's sick of the sight of each other, like you can't bear to see anyone. That's I think how I've managed to get away with this one today.
You've done well there, mate. Welcome along, chat room as well, in nice and early. How we all doing? Josh, Adrian, Alana, how we doing? Cameron is in. Juanita is in as always. There's so many people in. Philip, how are we doing? FIFA Pax is in, of course. Laura and Maisie are in, cheering on the Joker. Great day for him yesterday. Ralph is in. Joe is in. How are we doing? Jim, Scotty Waters is in, enjoying a few days off after topping Group A. Afternoon, Rose. Liam says, what are the stream games? That's a good question because I haven't looked. Let's have a look.
Yeah, agreed. I haven't either. I need to have a quick look at that as well. Let's have a look and see what we can find.
So, stream board 1 is Luke Humphreys' board, and obviously stream board 2 is Michael Smith and Josh Rock in round 1. Fix your computer's not been kind there.
Not at all. It's not going to be a slow game though, that.
No, not at all.
It's going to go.
So again, chat room 1 and 9 they are. Cheers, Philip, as always. Afternoon, Tom. Again, nice and early. If you can, drop us a like because we massively appreciate it. Let's get everything teed up again. Unlike other shows that are organised, we just do this off the cuff. Dan, would you like 1 to 8 or 9 to 16?
I'm going to do. I tell you what I'll do. I always do the front, and I'm going to do 9 to 16 for 2 reasons. Is that I've spotted some really, really tasty fixtures on those bottom boards, and also it will potentially mean I avoid the difficulty of having to call a Glen Durrant match, which is tough for me at the minute. So I'll take the bottom set.
There we go then. Right. And casual, Josh Rock starts with 136 average in leg 1. What's that? 11, 12? 12 dart, 11? Somewhere around there.
It's got to be, hasn't it? 11 data.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Right, chat room.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Oh, go on, Phil. Let's get something up. I was just going to have a talk about some picks, but let's get something up on the board first, and then we can go.
Right, are we going? Right, we're either going to go the world number 1 or the world number 2. Would we like Peter Wright against Robert Owen or Gavin Price against the jammy dodger James Wilson?
Let's see what the chat room comes up with.
Looks like Wright and Owen is leading the way. So we will go with that one. The first three in were all for Wright and Owen. So we will go with that for the first one. Remember, Nathan Aspinall won yesterday. Good to see the Asp back in the winner's circle.
It is. He's just looking like he might start to build some momentum, and this is the time of year when you want to start getting that momentum going. There's a lot of money still on the table this year. Not forgetting a World Championships, it's looming closer and closer. And if you're going to start to build some form and put some runs together, now is the time. And it could just start the time right for Nathan, couldn't it?
It could. It could absolutely.
Martin Schindler's gone 1-0 up, by the way, with a 167 checkout. That is a way to start the day. That's his average checkout at the minute is 167. That's a cracking statistic to start off with.
You've done all right there.
Certainly has.
Where are we as well? In the early stages, Rob Cross has taken the opener against Jack May. Nothing to write home about there. Brendan Dolan has won up against Kevin Stutz. What else have we got? Aspinall Worsley just underway as is Cullen against Gowlash Chatroom. Who are you going for today? Who picks up the title of Players Championship 23?
Tell you what I think. I'm just picking my way through the boards, and trying to have a look and looking at different routes through. Now, unless somebody picks something out because I'm sort of scanning to say the least, but there isn't. We generally look and there's always a couple of boards that you think, oh, I don't fancy that, because you'll get, there'll be 3, 4, 5 players on a board that you think, well, they've all got potential for a run. There doesn't seem to be a bit of a board of death today. Board 2's a bit salty. With Scott Mitchell, Suter, Gurney, Lennon, Brooks, Hempel, they've all got a bit. There's nothing I look at and think, oh, that's a bit of a group of death. But that makes me think, well, we could just start to see. We could see the seeds coming through. Many of them look like they've got too many potential upsets. So I'm inclined to go, looking at the way I think things might open. I'm going to go for Ryan Searle today.
You're going for a bit of heavy metal.
Yeah, I think looking at that board he's on, that's a relatively generous board, arguably, without wanting to offend anybody in that group. I would expect him to come through that. Then he comes through that, he's more than likely going to meet Peter Wright if nobody causes a big upset on board 12. And Ryan Searle, Peter Wright, we know there's quite a bit of history of those two playing each other. And I just think Ryan Searle might go deep a bit today. What do you think, Phil?
Well, I was looking at it. I was like a rogue pick. My banker that gets me out of jail a lot isn't in today, because I always like to throw Johnny Clayton in the mix, because he just picks up titles when he wants. But he's not there as my get out of jail. I liked what I saw from Gerwin Price yesterday. He lost with 105 average, so not doing a lot wrong. Michael Smith he just picks up Pro Tour titles for fun. Who are we going for? I am going to go.
Oh, we just had a 9 dart there.
No, Lewis is not playing today, guys.
We've just had a 9 dart there, Phil.
Lewis was never down to play today anyway. So I am going for the world number. Am I going number 1 or am I going number 4? 1 or 4? 1. the Iceman Geller in price, but I do like the look of Michael Smith as well. Well, I'll tell you what, on board 8, there's a potential upset brewing. Laban is 2-0 up on Dimitri Vandenberg.
Yeah, that is an
Luke,
early break, isn't it?
Yeah, Luke, I would love Gary Anderson to win today.
Yeah, that will be quite again another this it's that time of year where things need to happen at different times for different people. I think Gary Anderson very much in need of a very deep run. A win would be ideal for him at the minute.
Yeah.
Speaking of potential upsets as well, Robert Owen has a broken throw against Peter Wright. He's 2-1 up at the minute, darts in hand, and is ahead in this leg, throwing to go 3-1 up over Peter Wright. So we do have a couple of potential upsets brewing across the way. That is a hell of a game on board number 9 by the looks of things as well. Michael Smith and Josh Rock not messing about as we knew they wouldn't. That is a fast-paced game. They are 3-all at the minute. Michael Smith averaging 109, just shy of 110. Josh Rock himself having just shy of 101. What a game that is turning out to be.
Yeah, look, 2 fabulous players. And Robert Owen played really well yesterday. So this isn't a surprise that he's winning. The surprise is that Peter Wright is only averaging 79.73.
Yeah, that is not quite the level that we are trained to expect from him at all, is it?
No.
Luke Humphreys fast to 3-0 as well there.
Jack Main did hit a 9-darter.
And I tell you what, he's throwing very well here. So on throw, Jack Main just gone 140, 180, down to 181 after 6. Jack Main very, very competitive here against Rob Cross.
Just looking, someone's asked me a question on Twitter. Has James Wade pulled out today?
I can't see him anywhere. That was one of the names I was looking for, and I can't see James Wade anywhere.
I agree. It looks as if James Wade has pulled out of today. That doesn't surprise me. Because he's obviously off to Australia. So that's not too much of a surprise. But Wadey has obviously gone home.
Danny Noppert up on board 3, Phil. 3-1 up, averaging 109. Huge numbers.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. Look, Noppy's just not a player you want to play anymore.
No, absolutely not. But speaking of huge averages, back to board 9, Michael Smith, he's managed to break Josh Rock, extended his lead there, gone to 5-3, so just one leg away now, but averaging 110. Michael Smith is absolutely flying out of the blocks today.
Yeah. Robin Hood says, is this tournament broadcast on PDC TV? There are 2 stream boards, so you'll be able to see 2 games at any one time. Wade has to be careful, doesn't drop down the rankings. Yeah, I was looking at this the other day because where is he? in. Yeah, James Wade is not in the top 16 of the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
No. Interesting. And I tell you what, he is a way back as well, down in 29th, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a way back in that. Rob Cross just levelling up there to 3-all with Jack Main. This is a great game. My pick for the day is not getting an easy time of it on board 11. Ryan Searle, 3-all. David Pallett is, well, going by average of performance, that looks to be the better player at the moment, but still just managing to cling on to him, and they are level at 3-all. But my pick could be going very early here if he's not careful. Adam Hunt has fought back from 3-0 down to tie up 3-all with Dave Chisnell.
Afternoon, Johnny. Hope you are good.
Robert Owen breaks again. 4-2 ahead of Peter Wright. Wright just pegging one back. That clicks to 4-3, but Robert Owen still a break in front. 4-3 up and with the dart in hands. So opening with a ton. Robert Owen definitely still in the driving seat. Peter Wright with work to do if he is going to get through to the second round. Another favourite, not having an easy time of it. Board 13, Gerwin Price has been pegged back by James Wilson to 3-all. Lots and lots of 3-alls here. We're not getting people away as fast as we sometimes do first round. We do have our first result of the day. Michael Smith in a completely dominant performance there. 107 average from Michael Smith. 6-4. Josh Rock played very, very well in that game, but just couldn't quite reach the level that Michael Smith was playing at as he becomes our first person through to the second round today. 107 average. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Some in the chat room. Josh Rock will win the World Championship. The kid's got it. Look, so it's a bold statement to say he will because of the talent, and look, you can be the most talented player in the world and not win one. And I put James Wade in that bracket, that he's won everything else the sport has to give, but hasn't added that world title. Look, has Josh Rock got the ability to become a world champion? Absolutely. But it's never a guarantee in this sport. Look at Michael Smith. So, look, he has the capabilities, but it's never a given.
Peter Wright bust 32. Making very, very hard work of this snake bite today.
Yeah, Mike, here, look, the PDC are actively, look, they look around YouTube and they find the people that are using their content, and they might get away with it for a day, they might get away with it for a week, but long term, they don't get away with it.
Board 16, look at Jamie Clark within one leg of getting rid of Krzysztof Ratajski. That potentially could be the first upset of the day, potentially the first seed going out. But looking across the board for other potential upsets and potential seeds going out, Darius Labanauskas on board 8 is 5-2 ahead of Dimitri Vandenberg, one leg away. from the second round. So we have a couple of seeds at the minute, right on the edge of binning this tournament out at the first stage. Got another result on board 10. Martin Schindler in a comfortable win, 6-3 over William Borland. More Borland not at the races, I think, than Schindler doing anything fantastic. Borland averaging just 75 there. He will, well, I suppose he gifted that to Martin Schindler, to be honest.
Yeah, also, Danny Noppert, the freeze, has got rid of Jake Jones, 6'1", 106 average for the Dutchman. Sensational. Aspinall is 5-1 up, averaging nearly 102 against Jonathan Worsley. The Rockstar Joe Cullen locked at 3 apiece. Laban is on the cusp of beating Dimitri van den Berg. He is 5-2 up on my screen.
Another potential upset. We've got a few potential upsets right on the edge here. A few people one leg away from sending seeds home in round one. Jules van Dongen, 5-3 ahead of Dirk van Duijvenbode, who I know was lots of people's picks. There are a few people in the chat room picking Dirk van Duijvenbode, and at the minute, Jules van Dongen will get darts now. He's got darts at 148, but he will get a couple of goes to hold his throat and take the Dutchman out. Jose de Souza out, 6-2. Keegan Brown, that is a great performance and a big scalp to take out early in this tournament. And that with us not having them stacked boards today, you lose a couple of seeds, and this could open right up. We could get some really interesting late fixtures here, Phil.
Yeah, also on stream board 1 and board 1, the number 1 seed is in danger. Karel Sedlacek has just pinned 120 to break Luke Humphreys' throw and lead 5-4. He is now throwing for the game. Humphreys missed a dart at 16s and was punished. But board 11, the upset is there, Dan.
I can only apologise to Ryan Searle for making him my pick today. That is a shocker that both he and I have had this today, isn't it? Goodness, it's a while since my pick's gone out in the very first game of the day, but hey-ho. Great game there. David Pallett looked, in all honesty, the most likely and the better player throughout the game. Searle just seemed to be trying to hang on to his coattails there. And the upset on board 8 that we talked about as a potential has happened. Lava has succeeded in taking out Dimitri van den Berg 6-2. So another seed falls early today. Some very interesting results. And Jules van Dongen has got 3 darts at 52. He can't get a go because Dirk van Duijvenbode has levelled the game up 5-5. We have a noble leg, but Dirk van Duijvenbode, timing things to perfection there, has now got the darts in hand and will throw for the match. So Jules van Dongen, having missed match darts, is now looking up against it, against DVD.
Seed again continues. It is a massacre right now. Luke Humphreys has gone, beaten by Sedlacek. Rob Cross is through, but I'm telling you, the seeds are tumbling. Ratajski gone. De Souza, Searle, van den Berg, Humphreys. It is all going on right now.
And the other thing as well, Fit, is some of those that have got through have just got through as well. Peter Wright looked very unlikely. Gerwin Price looked very unlikely for large spells of that. Rob Cross looked unlikely for large spells of it. Even those that have got through, some of those big names look potentially like they could be at risk today. Just checking back up on this noble leg. Jules van Dongen found the perfect time. He's gone 140, 180. He's got 181 left after 6 starts. How much pressure can he put on Dirk van Duijvenbode here? Not very much. He can only hit a 43, leaves him 138. But Van Duivenbode up on 177. This is going to be very, very close if the Dutchman posts a big score here, because there will be pressure on this 138 from Van Dongen. And Dirk Van Duivenbode, that's superb setup play. He throws a 137, leaves himself 40. So if Jules Van Dongen can't take this 138 out, which he cannot, he leaves himself tops. So Van Duivenbode coming back to the hockey. He only needs one dart. He pins double tops. And after having match darts missed by Van Dongen, Dirk Van Duivenbode scrapes and stumbles over the line there in the first round.
Right, we're going to have a look at this one to start with, and we'll see how it goes. We're going to go Devin Peterson, who needs a result, and the young Dutchman, Jean Van Veen, who has played some very good stuff. So we'll have a look at this one. We'll see how it goes on the feature game.
Yeah, Devin Peterson, definitely a man that needs to find some consistency and needs to start building up some ranking points, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sitting outside the top 25, just needs to make sure that he consolidates and keeps himself seeded and placed in those big tournaments that are so important to keep yourself high up on that order of merit.
Joe Cullen has been pegged back on board for. Gaulas is coming back at him. The Rockstar 5-4 in front as we speak. But there's a potential upset brewing here. Cullen may get a match start at 113. But Gaulas is sat on 32 to break. Cullen makes a mess of it. So Gaulas is now coming back to break. And if he hits this, he would have the darts in the Noble. There could be yet another seed in trouble. But Gaulas has missed. He's given Cullen a second bite of the cherry. 85 for the Rockstar. He made a complete mess of 113. Can he put it right here? No is the answer, but he has missed darts. So Gaulas comes back, 3 darts in hand again to send us to the Noble. And this time he does. Cullen has mismatched darts, and we are going all the way, and Gaulas has the arrows.
Goodness me. Just quickly, answering Luke's question as to whether or not Adrian Lewis is safe for the Grand Prix. Without working out the very, very finer detail of the maths and adding up all the different events and potential ends between now and then, I'm going to say, yeah, he's so outside the top 16, that Pro Tour order of merit, is the top 16 on the Pro Tour order of merit get a spot. He's currently 5th. It would take a lot of very, very unusual and unlikely things to happen for him to not be there. I would say Adrian Lewis is a dead cert as we stand for the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, we were looking at it yesterday. There's not many places in the Grand Prix left, barring some freak wins. But Joe Cullen has pressed the self-destruct button. Gaulas isn't doing much better. In a decider, Gaulas starts 43, 60, 30. Joe Cullen, 21, 40. And he finds a ton. It's almost like picking your lottery numbers here. Gaulas, 4 visits to the board and no treble. He's done the hard work, dragged himself back into this game, got level with Cullen, but they are both going through the mill here. They've both had 4 visits to the board, and we've only had 1 big treble hit.
Goodness me, it is getting tense there, isn't it?
In this leg, they're averaging 55 and 58. Cullen finds a 140, down to a finish. Look, literally they are, you know, at the end of a marathon, when they're crawling for the line, this is what this is right now. Absolutely, Philip, absolutely. Gaulas 114, Cullen leaves 76. Will Gaulas get a match start? It's only a 1 treble, single to double. Oh, Gaulas has missed the dart at tops. Cullen coming back for 76. Can the Rockstar fall over the line? No, he can't. And by the look of that, he's missed 2 match darts. Match darts missing all over the place. But Gaulas now comes back, 3 darts in hand to KO Cullen. And he does. The Rockstar has gone. He was in control, but cannot hold on. Adam Gaulas goes through.
Oh, wow. Okay. Just, I know it's not one of my boards, but I'm always going to watch it. Rusty Jake Rodriguez off to, I mean, a hell of a start here against Glenn Durant. First 3 visits to the board, he's gone 125, 135, 125, 116 left after 9 darts for Rusty, and Durant can only find a 45 and a 30 on his first 2 visits. This does look like it is going to be a tough one for Glenn and those of us who support him.
On our feature game, Jean Van Veen looks as if he's going to break Devin Peterson. Ferret counting from the African Warrior to leave a bogey. And Devin Peterson's woes continue, only averaging 72 right now.
Oh, I'll tell you what, there's some averages up on board 1, Phil. Look at them.
Not bad, are they? Look, Scotty Waits is playing some beautiful stuff against Jermaine Watamina.
1, 2, 5, 2, look.
Alan Suter underway as well.
Oh, Glenn Durant yet to find a treble in this match so far. Right, what's going on elsewhere? So, board 9, Nick Fulwell and Jeff Smith matching each other quite well, both averaging 83. 3-2 to Fulwell at the moment. That is that game on throw. So, Jeff Smith throwing at the minute to try and level that up. Very much back and forth, both players just doing enough to match each other there. That game's just ticked to 3-all as I speak. So a very close one there on board 9. It's slightly less close one. Niels Zonneveld, 3-2 up, but a break ahead against Danny Janssen. Niels Zonneveld looking sharp today, looking very good.
Yeah, Jim McEwen is 3-0 up. Big Johnny says, I wish I didn't like Devin, such a hard watch watching him struggle. Yeah, look, the thing is with Devin at the moment, there's just no consistency. Like now, he's gone 45, 43, 140, time 133. There's just no consistency right now. The radar's either on or off.
And it's not on at the minute, is it?
No. Joe, that's a little bit of a myth as well, to be fair. Glenn speaks about it himself. The Durrant decline started before he got COVID. The COVID issue just highlighted it a little bit more. He knew there was an issue before he got COVID with his throw. Yes, look, COVID did affect it, but the issue started before that. Glenn speaks quite openly about that.
Good start from Brett Claydon against Kenyon Haynes, averaging 100 there, Claydon, 2-0 up, off to a good start. Likewise, Lee Evans, 2-0 up over Jason Lowe, averaging in the 90s. Two players there just getting an early break into their match. Scott Waits, after an outrageous start, he was averaging 125, 2-0 up, has been pegged back by Jermaine Wattamina. That is Jermaine Wattamina now averaging 108. What a game. That is on board number one.
Yeah. No problem, Joe. I'd say I get on really, really well with Glenn, and I've spoken to him about it multiple times. In 10 years, no one will remember how he played because he was Premier League champion. But if you look at the Premier League night that he won, that was pre-COVID, and with the greatest of respects, he was terrible, but ended up winning it just because he's got a big set of nuts.
Darren Webster, 6-1 winner there over Jason Heber. Really, really good performance from Darren Webster there.
Yeah.
Zonneveld maintains that break, is now 4-2 up on Danny Janssen in our all-Dutch class on board 10. And Zonneveld is looking very, very good today.
Yeah, look, Johnny, I agree. I've said for a while that I look at throws quite a lot, and Devon's throw comes back, but there's not a lot of pullback. So it's there, and it's very pushy. Where you look at most good throws, it comes back, and there's a natural pullback, which gives you room to propel the dart. Where Devon sort of like propels it from there, so it's all very jumpy and things like that.
Which you've got to assume gives you much more potential for that action not to be replicated, as because the key to darts is replicating an action exactly, and that smooth back and forth flow allows the replication. Whereas when you're having to throw it and you're creating a trajectory there, much harder to consistently.
Yeah, exactly that. If you're going through your action every time and it's coming back, so you've got a setting point there, it's easier to replicate than when you're just bringing it to there and forcing it through.
Jeff Smith gone a break ahead on board 9. That game was looking very, very tight on the stream board for a long period of time. Jeff Smith a break ahead, 5-3 up. Fulwell's on throw here and probably looking the most likely to peg this leg. Well, that will mean that Jeff Smith will get a couple of goals to throw for this match. So the Canadian looking sharp here. We could, interesting enough, Phil, see a couple of Canadian players on a bit of a run today. The boards are relatively generous for the Canadians today. And the Durrant comeback is underway. This is where it starts. Jim McEwen, from being 3-0 up and looking very, very, very comfortable against Boris Kirchmar, is now 3-all in that match. Boris has bagged 3 in a row, lifted his average to 106, and somehow managed to peg that 3-0 back to 3-all. And that game has got very interesting now. Jeff Smith does get over the line there on board 9. Jeff Smith wins 6-3 over Nick Fulwell on the stream board. Scott Waits, that is a cracking game. He's now 4-2 ahead. Just running up and down a couple of other ongoing scores. We've got, I mentioned Brett Claydon and Lee Evans, both off to good starts in their game. That has continued. Brett Claydon now 4-0 up over Kenny Nairns on board 15, and Lee Evans 3-0 up over Jason Lowe. So Claydon and Evans looking very, very strong.
Yeah, Jeff Smith played some good stuff yesterday. Had a little chat with him last night on message, and he just says that he's feeling confident again, playing some good stuff.
Christoph Kachuk playing well against Connor Scott. He's 4-1 up. Both players are averaging in the 90s. That looks like it is a good game over on board 11, but Kachuk well ahead at 4-1 and looking very likely.
Absolutely. Don't worry, Joe. The Barney alarm is primed and ready.
Excellent.
You know. Oh, absolutely, Dan. Scott Waits has got a magnificent beard.
Yeah, it's top level, isn't it?
Yeah.
Top level beard. Very impressive.
Yeah. Evening, Tommy. Afternoon, Tommy. How we doing? Yeah, top level bearding. Good to see that big joke. Yeah, nothing like holding a grudge.
It really tickled me that. I saw it out the corner of my eye. I had a proper chuckle. Oh, very good. Very good. The lad I play with, he was beaten by last year actually in the Cleveland Darts Open. He was beaten by a certain Mr. Chris Dobie. And has never forgiven him. Every time he comes up, he'll do, like his name will just be mentioned in the pub, and this guy like looks with that complete outrage, he's never forgiven him. People do hold a grudge, it seems, for those sort of things.
Yes, Alana, we will put Gary Anderson and Stephen Bunting as a feature game because it's an absolute belter.
And they are the sort of games that we get treated to, whilst Gary Anderson is not seeded, because we keep seeing Gary, and it's like it's almost like a good thing and a bad thing, and that for us it's amazing because we see Gary Anderson in some superb matches, but like there must be people, there must be seeds out there that are just furious at the fact that they, as a seeded player, they look down who they've got. Oh, nice easy game to start you off today. Gary Anderson. Oh, brilliant.
Jean Van Veen has beaten Devin Peterson.
Neil Zonovan has got match darts to beat Danny Jansen as well here. He's got 25 to get rid of. If he doesn't do it, Jansen's going to come back he's going to come back for 12 to force a noble leg in which Danny Jansen would have the darts. Neil Zonneveld just gets there. It takes him 3 darts to get rid of the 25, but he does get rid of it, and Zonneveld 6-4 winner in the all-Dutch clash with Danny Jansen.
Tommy says, Phil, just look to the World Championships tickets all sold out already. That doesn't surprise me at all. Look, they are the hottest ticket in town in December. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Good one from Philip here, as always, Dan.
Oh, go on.
Which unseeded is the most difficult to play on the Pro Tour at the moment?
Well, I suppose it's hard to go outside of Gary Anderson, really, isn't it? To be completely honest. Don't know. Well, yeah, I mean,
look, on current form, you'd probably say Josh Rock, the way he's playing right now, that you wouldn't want to draw him. But then also you've got people like Martin Lukeman, who has had a fantastic year, I think. He's one that you may not want to get.
Something that's interesting because I suppose it depends on whether you're thinking about current form, because obviously there are players ranked well outside, that are having that are on a good run and that are in form. But then you've also just got some big top level, elite darts players that are sitting outside of that because their form's dropped off a little. People like Daryl Gurney's not seeded. Daryl Gurney's outside of the top 20 on the Pro Tour at the minute. Gurney is a problem for pretty much anybody. It's an interesting one. That.
Yeah. We will put Anderson up in a minute. I know that someone wanted to see the end of the McEwen game and it was almost there. Well, I'm not just saying that Anderson may not be around much longer, but as in game-wise.
Few games, just one leg away. Now, Christoph Kachuk, 1 away. Sean Wilkinson, 1 away. Jimi Hendrix, 1 away. Devin Peterson, 1 away. Lots of players at the minute just on the edge. A lot of 5-3 scores there. Players with a break. Sean Wilkinson just gets over the line on board. 8-6-3 over Richie Edhouse. So Richie Edhouse out in the first round here. Gary Anderson now. I mean, that's ridiculous, Gary Anderson. 3-0 up, averaging 128. Absolutely fantastic. That's Stephen, but 4-0 up now, Gary Anderson, averaging 130. Gary Anderson is absolutely on fire. Stephen Bunting must be thinking, like we said, what an unlucky draw he's got today. Stephen Bunting is getting whitewashed 4-0 and is averaging 109. Gary Anderson averaging 131. What an unbelievable set of darts this is.
Things you love to see is this.
Great.
Gary Anderson doing this.
Christopher Kachuk, quick result, gets over the line against Connor Scott, 6-2. Solid performance from Kachuk, averaging 92. Looked the most likely, to be honest, all the way through that match. We've got a couple of other ones just about to go. Lee Evans is 5-1 up over Jason Lowe. That game looks like it's only going one way. Glenn Durrant has broken back against Rusty Rodriguez and has gone 100-140 on throw. So Glenn Durrant trying to make a bit of a game of this one, which would be very, very cool if he could.
Gary's in a hurry to go fishing. Yeah, he's probably got a peg booked for.
Not in this leg, he isn't. As soon as he went, it was outrageous for 4 legs, averaging 131, and now he just managed to dip his form a little bit, but on throw and probably still has the edge, unless we see a big score from Bunting here to put some pressure on Gary. But Stephen Bunting is going to need to throw some absolutely world-class darts, even just to make this game competitive.
Yeah. Afternoon, Gavin. Hope you are good. No, Adrian's not. He wasn't. He was ill. That's why he pulled out yesterday, and he wasn't down to play today anyway. So no Adrian today. The Dozer comeback is on.
It is on, mate. Here he goes. But could it be too little too late? Because Rusty is on throw 5-3 up. So just needing to hold throw here to get over the line. And Rodriguez opens with a ton. So Durrant, yes, he's put, he levels that up with another ton. which is good, but just maybe left it slightly too late here because Rodriguez, with not a huge amount to do to get over the line. Gary Anderson
took out 146 as well. This is the Gary that we all love. This is the Gary that we saw 15, 16, 17 and parts of 18.
I'll tell you what as well, Phil, if Gary Anderson does this, you know, if he comes out 2 or 3 Pro Tour events playing like this, there's going to be some frightened seeds in some upcoming events. Because a Gary Anderson playing like this and enjoying it is a terrifying prospect for anybody in the world.
Enjoying it's a little bit strong. I wouldn't say he's ever enjoyed darts, but playing...
No, I mean, it's fair enough. Maybe enjoy the winning. I don't know. I just enjoy that. I don't know. Durant needs some big trebles. Needs a big visit here. Yeah, a couple of trebles. Durant 3 trebleless visits with Rodriguez trying to serve this out. He's going to need a max, probably, Durant, just to put some pressure on. Again, just slightly too little, too late. Stephen Bunting, you've got to sort of think he's earned that, averaging 104. Like, it's a bit harsh to average 104 and not get a leg on the board, isn't it? Durant needs 100 to stay in this game. Not a checkout that you would think a couple of years ago you'd have backed him to take out a ton. Oh, he's gone very close. He's missed the double by the looks of it. Durant leaves 16. Rodriguez comes back needing double 4 for the match. So he's got 3 darts to get rid of double 4. He needs 2 of them. So Rusty Jake Rodriguez, 6-3 winner. Some little signs in there from Glenn Durant. Little signs of some positivity. But Rodriguez moves through to the second round.
Yeah, Scott Mitchell and Alan Suter having a battle on board 2. It's 4-3 suits at the moment, but not much between them. How are we doing,
not
Andrew?
at all. That was one of the picks, I think, of the just games that looked interesting as we as we looked at the draw. 2 players that have both got the potential to have a deep run in these Pro Tour events, meeting each other at the very beginning. So really, really interesting, that one, and it could go all the way.
Barry Keane is underway against Mike Kyvenhoven on stream board 1.
Oh, Scary just missed the ball for the match.
Yes, he has, for the 130.
Oh, Bunting can't take his chance there. Gary Anderson not looking like he's going to need any second chances today. You've got to expect him to mop up this 25 the way he's played so far. And then that was absolutely superb from Gary Anderson. What a game there. Dispatching Stephen Bunting 6-1 in tremendous fashion. And Gary Anderson, probably the performance of the day so far. I think without a doubt, that is the best darts we have seen in this opening round. Alan Suter just finding a break at the right moment as well on board 2.
It was quite interesting. Whilst that was going on, I was keeping Mrs. Anderson up to date on the scores as well. She messaged me beforehand. When Garrett, I'm out at the moment. Can you keep me up to date on Gary, please? So Mrs. Anderson was very happy with the performance as well.
I'm sure she is. That was, yeah, without a doubt, the performance of the day so far. Really, really top level stuff. That.
Yeah. Simon Whitlock, Danny Baggish underway. Dobie Koltsov as well.
Yeah, so there's some interesting games among them. Again, just the way those boards have opened up, that bottom few boards, really interesting. There's potential there for people to really kick on today. Mike Kyvenhoven with an early break, going 2-0 up over Barry Keane. Ian White breaking early and then kicking on, going 3-0 up against Roby John Rodriguez. Tony Martinez pegging one back against the German giant Gabe Clemens, who is now 3-1 up. Martinez getting a leg on the board there. Alan Suter very close in this one to getting over the line.
Do we think White's best days are past him? Yeah, sadly I do. But he's still a great player, but I think the best is behind him.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree. I think he's maybe got in terms of finding that level of A game consistently. And, I think he's still got some potential to have a run in a tournament. He's still got some potential to put some wins together. But in terms of doing that over a period of time and maintaining a high ranking in the order of merit, yeah, I think his best days are probably behind him as things stand.
Yeah.
1-1 now between Dobie and Koltsov, with Chris Dobie averaging just a mere 127 in that match.
Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
And an early break there for John O'Shea, who goes 1-0 up, but goes 1-0 up against the darts, and he's now got the darts in hand to kick on from that. So breaking in the very first leg, O'Shea against Gilding. All that talk of Ian White, though, and he makes us look like fools as he goes 4-0 up against Roby John. And Suter looking for 86 for the match here. If he doesn't take this 86 out, Scott Mitchell will come back for and he does. Alan Suter, there was pressure on that 86 because Scott Mitchell was sat waiting just for double tops, and that would have forced a noble leg, but Alan Suter takes the 86 out for a 6-4 win over Scott Mitchell. A really good and tight game, that. Good darts from both players, but Alan Suter goes through to round number 2.
He does indeed. Ted Evans had a good day yesterday, and is on the same again today. Glenn, pleasure as always. So next on the streams, we've got Aspinall and Rusty, Gerwin Price and Ross Montgomery. Always a pleasure to have you all on board in the chat. Remember, drop us a like and subscribe, turn notifications on as we try and get to 30k before the World Championships. That's the plan.
Danny Baggish breaking going 2-0 up over Simon Whitlock. We picked that game as another interesting one over on board 13. But yeah, Danny Baggage 2-0 up. That's a great start for the American. Very good start.
Yeah. John O'Shea, Andrew Gilding level at 1 apiece on board 6. The Joker and Goldfinger.
Both breaks of throw as well, those legs, Phil. Interesting game up on board 5.
Yeah, I was about to say, Vincent and Nathan Rafferty. Look, Vincent, you always know, look, he's probably not going to win one. And look, he obviously could, but he's always going to be hard to beat. He's always going to be in and around the quarterfinals, board finals, and everything like that. He's just a nuisance to get rid of. And I mean that in the nicest way, where look, Rafferty has all the potential in the world, but not quite delivered that one yet.
Yeah, definitely. Loads and loads of potential. You're right, as you say, all the potential in the world. Be interesting to see over the next couple of years what he can do. Danny Baggage just kicking on to 3-0 up over Simon Whitlock. Whitlock average, he's not messing about. Whitlock, he's averaging 93, but just can't get a leg off Danny Baggage at the minute. A really, really good start for the American, who I think, if we're honest, Phil, hasn't quite lived up to his potential since getting his hands on a tour plan.
No, I agree that I was hoping and maybe expecting a little bit more from him.
Yeah, and I know there's been quite a bit of, there's been quite a bit going on outside of darts and other bits and bobs of distractions. But Danny Baggage was definitely someone who, when he picked up that tour card, I thought would kick on a little bit, and that we would see some deep runs certainly in these Pro Tour events from. It would be really good if we could start to put 2 or 3 together. We've seen moments of absolute brilliance from him on these Pro Tour events. But it tends to be an individual. He's had really, really good matches and then struggled to come back in half an hour's time or an hour's time and play again and get over the line. So it will be really interesting and quite good to see if he could put a few results together today.
Yeah, Scott Williams is through and he is just blitzing his way to a tour card. Literally, it's unreal what he's achieved. Philip says Vincent had a very good day Tuesday. Yes, he did. Qualifying for both Euro Tours is huge. Tommy says Vincent is the spoiler. Yeah, look, he's one of those ones that he's got a big game in him, but you also know he's going to be tough to beat. Not one that you want at all. Adrian says, would the world ever move to a higher capacity venue? No, I don't think so. I think that if the demand for tickets keeps going the way it is, they will just reconfigure Alexandra Palace, would be my gut. They'd reconfigure how they set it all up and maybe use the Great Hall instead of the one they're in now and stuff like that.
Yeah, there is potential, isn't there, to do things and change the setup in order to maximise that a little bit more.
Ian White takes out 1-2-1 for a 6-1 victory. However, stream board 2, board 9 is warming up, Dan. Welcome back for the first time today. Who'd have thought something that we started at Q School for a bit of a laugh is now a staple part of the show?
Yeah, see, I have very, very strong memories of the first ever Barney Lamb. I can remember that. Yeah, I remember those. They were long days streaming those Q School events, weren't they, when we streamed them? Great fun. But it's
when we were all in lockdown, weren't allowed to mingle, weren't allowed to go out. We were like, yeah, let's roll with it. And
yeah, good fun, that. Really good times. I've just got my eye on this one because it is impressing me today. Danny Baggage now 4-0 up on Simon Whitlock. And Whitlock just cannot get hold of the coattails of Danny Baggish today.
Yeah. I remember when we first did the Q School streams as well. We did them, and we had a plan in our head, thinking how it was going to go. And I remember when we finished the day one stream, we all got on a Zoom, and we were like, "Oh bollocks!" It was like I genuinely never expected the reaction we got for doing it. It was just insane. It was like,
what was interesting as well, what was really cool about those Q School ones is we get days like today where there's loads of people in the chat room, and there's loads of banter, and and you get some great action in the chat room. But what was specific about the Q School ones is there was a lot of people had gone to Q School who told all their friends and family that this was the way you could hear about it. This is how you can follow me at Q School, is through these guys here. So the chat room was packed with everyone's mum and dad and aunties and cousins and aunties and uncles. Yeah. And that's what made it so fun, I think. It was because it was complete chaos, wasn't it?
It was that, and then we had players going back to their hotel room because they weren't allowed out.
Yeah.
Logging on. Thinking, and it was like, how does this result affect me? Where am I? And stuff like that. And it was bonkers. Brilliant, but absolute bonkers. Where, as Tommy says, be honest, Phil, what's Barney like to interview? I heard he can be awkward. With me, he's always been very, very good. Look, yes, I've seen him be awkward with others, but for me, he's been superb. But there are a few like that. That's I've seen. Look, I love Gary to bits and get on really, really well with Gary, but I've seen him destroy other people. I'm lucky that that's never happened to me. But it's in the locker. But for me, Barney's always been very, very good.
Noble leg, really interesting game there. Gabe Clemens and Tony Martinez, 5-all now. Clemens will be on throw for the noble leg, but this one is going right to the wire here, which I, being completely honest, didn't pick. I thought Gabriel Clemens would come through this match fairly smoothly, but Tony Martinez really, really making a game of it here, as is the game on board 11 with Richie Burnett, 4-3 up over Rapid Ricky Evans. Richie Burnett has got a breaker throw up there as well. He's 4-3 up, but he is on throw as well. So Burnett just needing to hold his throw to get over the line against Rapid Ricky. Danny Baggish, 5-1 up on Whitlock. Whitlock was got down to 74, but Danny Baggish will have 3 darts at double tops. He only needs one of them. He takes double tops out on its first attempt, and Danny Baggish wins 6-1 over Simon Whitlock. And it is rare that we see Simon Whitlock dispatched on such a large disparity of legs. We don't often see Simon Whitlock dominated like that, but Danny Baggish, 6-1 winner there.
Yeah, indeed. Little bit of bias perhaps, but I love Richie Burnett. And he's on the cusp on board 11, Dan.
Certainly is, yeah. We've just had a quick look, and he's against the darts here. Ricky Evans down to 136 after 9. He's thrown a couple of ton 40s. So Richie Burnett not looking likely to get over the line in this leg. But even if Ricky Evans holds this leg, Richie Burnett will then be on throw. But he pulls to max Richie Burnett. He slips a 180 and to get himself down to 168. Sorry, 164. Rapid Ricky is down to 40, just needing the double tops. So it does look very much like we are going all the way in this one.
Where are we? Teresa says, I pay for PDC TV and still watch this. Kind of like Saturdays, easier to watch all the games in one place. Thank you very much, Teresa, as always. David Gary won his first game 6-1, averaged 111. At one point, he was averaging 131.
Crazy stuff. Gabe Clemens gets over the line there against Tony Martinez in that noble leg. He just got there. It took him 3 darts to get rid of double 8, with Martinez sat waiting on 32. So all the pressure on Clemens there, but he gets over the line in that noble leg. And we've not seen many noble legs today, interestingly enough. We've only seen a handful. Certainly normally seen a lot more by this stage of the day. Just a quick look to the stream boards. Raymond van Barneveld is off to a good start. He has got an early break against Max Hopp, and he is 2-0 up, averaging just shy of 104. So Barney off to a great start. Steve Lennon 3-0 up on Daryl Gurney on board 2, Phil. That is a good start for the Irishman.
Yeah, it is. And look, Steve Lennon's one of those players. He burst onto the scene, played some good stuff, dropped off a little bit, but back end of last year into this year, we're starting to see maybe him play some really, really good stuff. Tony says, is there a current PDC Women's World Champion? No, not at the moment, but I think that will change. I genuinely think next year we will see a PDC Women's World Championship at Alexandra Palace alongside.
Similar to the match play, do you think, that sort of an arrangement?
Yeah, I think they may drop one game in per session, and go from there. Gotta love the Prince of Wales, yeah, absolutely. An American woman, Stacey Bromberg won the original PDC Women's World Championship way back, but not there. William still feel exactly the same. It's my opinion, and it is what it is.
Richie Burnett gets the job done. 6-4 winning that.
Philip says, wouldn't it be impossible to rebrand the Women's World Match Play? Yeah, look, I think the Women's World Match Play will stay, and I think they'll introduce a Women's World Championship as well.
Jose Justicia, 6-4 win over the Hurricane. Kim Hybricks is out in the first round, and the Spaniard moves on to the second round. We are coming towards, we've got the last few games of this first round warming up now. We are coming towards the end here of the opening round with some very interesting results that we've taken in. We've got a noble leg up on board 1 after Kyvenhoven got off very, very early, well, with some breaks of throw, but Barry Keane has pulled it back, and they are now entering a noble leg 5-5 up on board 1. And Mike Kyvenhoven will be on throw. He opens with a 140. So this is going to get Keane replies with a 137. So very, very tight in that noble leg up on board 1.
William had nothing to do with that at all. My opinion is the same. The other bits were a completely different issue. How are we doing, James? Hope you are good. Welcome along as always. Steve Lennon is on the verge of serving a bagel to Daryl Gurney. Gurney only averaging 80. I say only as if that's poor, but for these guys, they expect more from themselves.
John O'Shea is fighting back in this game. He's 5-3 down against Andrew Gilding, but he's got himself down. Oh, that was a bit of a slip there from O'Shea. Only can't find a treble, so gets himself to 110 with Gilding on 160. Gilding's visit here will tell us how much pressure will be on that 110 for the Joker. Gilding can only find a 60 himself, so we've got 110 playing 100 here with John O'Shea coming for the 110 to try and break a leg back in this game. If he can't get rid of the 110, Gilding will come for the 100 for the match. Very, very tight, this one. O'Shea posts a 54, leaving himself 56. So Andrew Gilding coming to the hockey now, looking for 100 for the match.
William, that's fair enough. And I said on Twitter the next day, maybe I didn't explain it as well as I should have done, but I still stand by my point, and it has nothing to do with the people that won it. I'd have said exactly the same if anyone else had won it as well. On the stream board, Barney was in cruise control. Max Hopp has won back-to-back legs. Barney's average has dipped, and Max Hopp's has now overtaken him as well. Max Hopp's raised his average to 98. Barney's dipped to 95, and Hopp back within 1. And effectively, I'm just going to look at this score first of all. No, that could have been better. There was an opportunity for Hopp to take the darts here, but Barney fires in a 140 to regain control on his throw.
Jamie Hughes playing very well today. 4-2 up on Menchia. Sulevic averaging over 100. Sulevic just pegs one back as I say that, but Jamie Hughes looking very strong today.
Yeah, Darryl Gurney has one back. Bagel avoided, but Lennon still in the driving seat. Danny Van Tripp 3-0 up on Mervyn King. Both healthy averages in this one. Ross Smith 4-2 up on Jim Williams on our feature game as well. Ryan Joyce is there.
Don't think we mentioned it. Just got caught in the mix there. Andrew Gilding successfully over the line against John O'Shea. John O'Shea really did put a fight up towards the end of that match, but Gilding just managed to keep him at bay. It took him 3 darts to get rid of that 58 at the end, but he did it with John O'Shea waiting to try and get back for a go at double tops, but Gilding denied him that opportunity, and Gilding goes through a 6-3 winner. Got a bagel. Sorry, we haven't got a bagel at all. I don't think we've had a bagel today, have we? We're completely bagelless. We've got a noble, however, underway on board number 12, where Madars Razma is playing Radek Sazanski, and we are very, very close in this one. Razma opening with a max is looking for double 10 for the match in this noble leg. Sazanski back on 48, so the pressure is on. Razma comes inside the double 10, so misses 3 match darts, Razma there. Sazanski has got 48 for the match. So they get 3 darts to get rid of them. But he can't do that. He leaves himself double 8, but Razma comes back for double 5. This is very, very edgy here. Both players missing multiple match darts in the noble leg. Who will pin the important one and get over the line? Both throwing maxes and 140s in this final leg. All types of action going on here. Razma can't do it. Sazanski now comes back for double 8. Razma has now missed 6 match darts. And Sazanski takes the double 8 out in 1 dart and gets through the noble leg 6-5. Madars Razma got to be frustrated there, surely, with 6 match darts missed there.
On the feature game, Jim Williams has broken back to 4-3 behind, but he is on throw on that one now.
Steve Beaton taking an early break to go 1-0 up on Joe Mernon. Steve Beaton averaging 100, but has broken in the first leg. So looking like he is off to a flyer as well. I've never met a darts fan in my life that didn't want Steve Beaton to win every time he plays.
Streamboard 1 is underway. It is Ryan Mikel against Ricardo Petresco. I know we said it before, but Ricardo looks about 12 years old.
Yeah, it's like he snuck in, doesn't he?
Tommy, Bobby George is an absolute legend, and just being around him is infectious. He's fabulous company. Really is.
Quick eye on Geordie Watch. I always keep an eye on the lads from up this way, up in my neck of the woods in the northeast. Ryan Joyce 3-0 up on Jeffrey Deswan, looking very comfortable there. Joyce averaging mid-90s, Deswan just over the 80 mark. So looking very comfortable there. Back to the stream board on board 9, Raymond van Barneveld, as you said earlier, Phil, looked at in early stage of this game to be in complete cruise control, but he has just been broken by Max Hopp, who levels the game up 4-all, but Max Hopp is on throw. So Hopp definitely with the advantage here, and Barney is going to have to fight his way back into this one.
Danny Van Tripp 4-1 up on Merv King. On board number 3, John Brown is just getting underway against Damien Mole. That's on board 6. An all Belgium affair on board 5. Brian Roman taking on Get DeVos. And DeVos has taken the opener. I'll tell you what, Barney is now in a world of trouble. Max Hopp has got his average up to 99, and Hopp has just the darts.
That's the key. He's, as I say, that to get that up back to 4-all, he's broken back, and now he's on throw. So just needs to edge Barney out and hold his own throws, and he'll get over the line here, Max Hopp. Barney with all the work to do here. He's put some pressure on this. Max Hopp has got 3 darts to get rid of 82, and if he doesn't hold that 82, Barney's going to come back for 64 with potentially the opportunity to break back. Barney finding a 180 and a 140 in this leg to put pressure on Max Hopp. Max Hopp has missed the bull there to hold the leg, so Barney comes back and is needing 64 to break back and will then throw for the match. He can't do it. That is a bit of a surprise, if I'm completely honest. Hopp has got 25 to get rid of after missing the bull to keep the game on throw and move himself within 1 leg of the match. And he does. So Max Hopp 5-4 up against Raymond van Barneveld. Barney is going to need to win this leg to force a noble, and he can't find a max to start off. Barney opens with 60. Not what we want to do in this position.
Jim Williams has now put himself in control. He trailed this game 4-2. He has won 3 on the spin and is now throwing for the match against Ross Smith. This one has completely swung like a pendulum.
That is a good time for Smith to throw a max, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Matt Campbell, Ron Moolenkamp underway, as is Keegan Brown, Darren Webster. And that's our last 64 game as well. Florian Hempel, Bradley Brooks warming up. Cheers, Glenn. Thank you very much.
Oh, Barney seems to be finding these 180s on the regular here, even though he's up against it in this match. And he needs 64 here, again looking for 64 to force a noble leg, which he does in 2 darts. Barney takes 64 out, 5 all, but Max Hop is on throw, so we have a noble leg here at 5 all between Raymond van Barneveld and Max Hop, but Hop has the darts in hand and will throw. He opens with a 140, so Raymond van Barneveld, with all the work to do, needs at least 2 trebles just to keep the pressure on Max Hop here. And he finds a max. Barney throws a 180, so this noble is going to go right to the wire, it looks like.
Whilst you do that one, first bagel has been served, and it is the man from Geordie Island. It is Ryan Joyce, 6-0 over Jeffrey Smart. But back to you. How is this noble going, Dan? Which way is it?
I'm trying to jump in. So Max Hop could only respond with a 57, but Raymond van Barneveld has gone back-to-back 180, 180. So comes back for 141. Will we see a 9-darter here from Barney? He's gone, oh, not quite, but he gets himself, Barney, down to 76 after 9 darts. Hop back on 208. So Barney will have at least 3 darts to get rid of 76 to break here for the match. Max Hop throws a 134, gets himself down to 74. So 76 plays 74. Barney will come first for his 76. And he has missed, it looks like, come inside double 18. I'll have to check on the stream. But Max Hop now 74 for the match and a victory against the great Raymond van Barneveld. It's taken its time. He's maybe just settled himself. And he does. He takes the 74 out in 3 darts. Raymond van Barneveld, I think, has missed a match dart at double 18. But Max Hop comes back, mops up the 74 and is successful. Really, really good. Unbelievable last leg, really. Barney throwing the back-to-back 180s and not getting over the line in that leg. Incredible stuff. Good win, that, for Max Hop.
It's good dart at tops as well. Just
yeah, solid, well, wasn't it?
It was good because the way that dart, the second dart in the 20 sat, he just had to move slightly, but pitched one over the top.
Settled himself. Well, it was a good game, that. And Barney, to be honest, gave himself every opportunity there. You got those back-to-back 180s, really, really put the pressure on. But Max Hop did well there, just to settle himself. Jim Williams over the line in that feature game, I've just noticed there as well. Good stuff from the Welsh.
Yeah. Look, Ross Smith 4-2 up, but then from there, Jim Williams went on the rampage.
Oh, we've got warming up on board 9, the Smith derby. Michael Smith against Jeff Smith. Love a Smith derby.
Love a Smith derby. Cameron Menzies warming up as well. He takes on Martin Clearmacher. Florian Hempel, Bradley Brooks on board too. Bradley has taken the opening 2 legs in that one. Martin Lukeman has beaten Andy Bolton 6-4. Good result. Board 16 is an intriguing game. We were talking about him yesterday. Look, David Evans, there is ability there, but maybe just hasn't adapted to the tour. I found it a little bit difficult, but we saw when he was on the Challenge Tour and he came in, qualified for some Euro Tours and played as associated member, got to the World Championships, can play.
Yeah, he's got a game, hasn't he? He does have a game, and moments of brilliance. But it's just finding some consistency. And as you say, we've seen some really good stuff from him, and on these Pro Tour events as well. We've seen some really good stuff. But it's just what I think he just needs to be able to put some of those good performances together, come back in an hour's time and do it again. And just, get two or three matches on the same day where he just keeps that consistent performance. But today could be the day when he starts to put some of that consistency in place.
Yeah. Harrison, any idea how to watch? No idea, mate, to be fair. I don't even know if it is broadcast. Keegan, Brown, Darren Webster locked at 2 apiece. Menzies is now underway against Clearmaker. Damien Mole 4-1 in front over JB. Not much between them in the averages, but the scoreline is there. Bradley Brooks races into a 3-0 lead over Florian Hempel. Gordon Mathers, Gert Nencher's locked at 3-all as Matt Campbell just levels it up. That's a good 11 dart leg on the featured game.
This is really tight with Evans and Williams. Both in this leg have thrown a 180. Both have missed darts to win this leg. Louis Williams has missed 4 darts, I think, to break. Evans has just bust the double 5. But Louis Williams, he's come back for double 2. Takes it out in his first attempt to break. So Louis Williams a break up here at 4-3 with the darts in hand. Louis Williams looking definitely the most likely here, but this is a very, very scrappy game with both of them missing doubles, but then throwing 180s around as well. So really, really scrappy. Not messing around at all on board 14. Don't forget that board is our round of 64, our second round game. They are already 5 legs deep with Keegan Brown 3-2 up on Darren Webster there. Not messing about at all. Steve Beaton and Joe Mernon matching each other blow for blow, both averaging almost identically at 90 and 4-all. Mernon on throw, so with that as a slight advantage there. Just going back to Evans and Williams, I said it was scrappy. Louis Williams on throw here at 4-3 up, can't find a treble on his opening visit. This leg, David Evans slips in a 180 to pinch the advantage and to pinch the darts here. Evans putting the pressure on, so you got to favour him here to potentially break back. This is a really interesting game.
Yeah, and Michael Smith, Jeff Smith are underway.
Keegan Brown just nicking a break there, going now 4-2 up on Darren Webster. Mervyn King was 3-0 down, Phil, on board 3 and has forced a noble leg. 5-all against Danny Van Tripp.
That's some comeback from the King. Hendo is 1 down against Mike the Decker, but again, he showed some stones yesterday. Yes, I believe, Sam, it is Gezzy's board next. Another early exit for Whitlock, yep.
Mervyn King gets over the line. Wow.
He's done well there.
From 3-0 back to force that noble leg and then get over the line there. That is tremendous stuff from Mervyn King. Really, really dug in there.
Absolutely.
Louis Williams has missed more darts at double there. David Evans, and so has David Evans. Goodness me, this is a game that is littered with missed doubles. Keep having to be, they're scrapping around for double 5s and double 2s, and nothing really going to plan for either of these guys at the minute. Louis Williams missed again there. I think I don't even know what he's missed there. He's down to 2-2. Evans comes back for 8-8 and a break to try and level the game up 4-all. He does. Evans takes 8-8 out to level the game up 4-all. So back on throw, David Evans at 4 each. But this is it's filled with drama, but it's filled with missed doubles this game as well.
Tommy says, any other players to come from the Isle of Wight? I don't remember too many, to be fair. Dave says, afternoon, guys. Just watched the live scores for the Barney Hop last leg. 2 180s and still lost. What's your opinion? Look, it's his own fault. He had a match start and didn't take it. Could only blame himself for that. The opportunity was there.
Sorry, mate. Joe Mernon's just broke Steve Beaton. An unbelievable missed it again. It's almost exactly what we're saying there. So Beaton come there, ton 140, ton 136, got himself on throw to the double, looked for all the world like he was coming to force a deciding leg. He was going to force a noble. Steve Beaton missed 3 darts at double, couldn't get the double that he'd set himself up for. And then Joe Mernon come back and took 60 out to clinch the game. So similar to exactly what we're talking about there, about Raymond van Barneveld, throwing the darts, scoring well, not hitting the doubles, but then having your opponent just come back and whip it out from under you. Joe Mernon there, 6-4 against Steve Beaton.
Joe says, Phil, are you considering getting a Mac Studio? We're looking at different options, mate. We're looking at some different bits and bobs and looking at progressing things forward. So, look, exciting times. I tell you what, though, great comeback from John Brown. He was 4-1 down against Damien Mole, but has levelled it up 4 apiece and dragged his average up as well. Good battling qualities from JB on board 6.
Keegan Brown within 1 now, 5-3 up. Don't forget that is a second round game, that one. But that one there, looking very likely. Keegan Brown's just thrown a 180, take himself down to 44. Pressure on it as Webster's just took himself to 14, so he needs 7-7. But Keegan Brown will get 3 darts to get rid of 44 for the match. The first player through to the 3rd round today. And he does it. He only needs 2 darts to do it. Keegan Brown takes the 44 out for a 6-3 win over Darren Webster. And Keegan Brown is the first man through to today's 3rd round. David Evans is now within 1, and they are both still throwing very well in this one. I know I keep coming back to it because it's one of the most compelling games I've seen all day. Just both of them scoring really well, but missing quite a few doubles. But it's just a very interesting game. Louis Williams on throw, trying to force a noble leg. Can't find a treble there, but has started up well with a 140 and a ton. So David Williams is going to want a couple of trebles here to put some pressure on and see if he can avoid the noble leg and get himself over the line. And he does. He finds a max. David Evans throws a 180. Go on, Phil. Sorry.
I'll say fair play to Michael Smith. He's had a long wait from his opening round game against Josh Rock. He was on first on the stream board. He's probably been kicking around for the best part of an hour and a half, and he races into a 4-0 lead in the Smith Derby, averaging nearly 106.
Right, Louis Williams needs 66 to force a noble leg, but David Evans has got himself to 40. So if Williams can't take the 66 out, David Evans will get 3 darts at double tops for the match. Williams can't take that out. Looks like he's come inside double 18. So David Evans will have 3 darts at tops for the match here, in what will be a really good win, because this has not been an easy match to come through this at all. Both players throwing some really, really good darts, scoring well. that 180 to come at a perfect time for him. And David Evans does it. He takes 2 darts to get rid of the 40, but David Evans is a 6-4 winner over Louis Williams and through to the second round. Exactly the same time as that's going on, John Brown gets over the line 6-4 as well, Phil.
Yeah, an absolute fair play to him for that. He put out a post up on social media yesterday saying that he's working hard and everything, and that he's shown a lot of guts there. 4-1 down, has won 5 on the spin there, has JB. Superb stuff from the young man. I've seen a few use the trainer boards, Tommy, and things like that. So it's been a damn good day of darts so far.
Yeah, and you've got to feel like there's more to come, haven't you, really? Like, there's lots of potential.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm between a sneezing fit. Keep muting myself to sneeze again.
Fair play to Ricardo Petresco as well. He was 3-0 down to Ryan Mikel, but has battled it back, and that's now level. It's just gone 5-4 to Ryan Mikel as we were speaking, but some effort this. Good game. Petresco averaging nearly 103. Cameron Menzies is on the brink as well. He is 5-4 up on Martin Kleermacher, 1 away.
That board's gone really quick. 14. Keegan Brown being finished already there. Keegan Brown is in for a long wait today, isn't he?
Yeah. That's the problem that you get. If one board races away and another one falls behind, the gap is huge.
We've got another Noble. Menzies and Kleermacher. Menzies on throw, opens with 100. Kleermacher matches him with 100. This is very, very tight, this. 5 all. Both throwing a ton to open up. Menzies backs it up with a 139. So Menzies still the favourite to come through this, but very, very tight game going all the way.
Yeah, and Kleermacher has just pinged a 146 in that combination as well. 5-pull with Menzies. John Henderson hanging around 3-all with 3-2 behind against Mike De Decker, but just making himself busy.
Menzies, it's brilliant from Menzies. He's thrown a ton 40 there. Kleermacher back on 2, 3, 5. Menzies gets himself down to 28. Kleermacher can't find a treble, can only throw 47. So with Kleermacher back on 188, Menzies, and he's missed double 8. I think he must have come inside double 8. Menzies down to 4, but with Kleermacher back on 188, he will get another 3 darts to get rid of it. So Menzies he's got 3 darts at double 2, only needs 2 of those darts to do it, and gets over the line. Menzies 6-5 winner over Kleermacher. Really, really good game, that back and forth. Some great darts from both players and very close right until the last dart.
Yeah, also Ron Moulenkamp, of course, somewhat of a surprise. He's beaten Matt Campbell on our feature game. We just switched it to this one because this is a hell of a game brewing as Cameron Menzies is over the line as well in a Noble.
Few more of our second round games underway now. Jimmy Clark and Boris Kirchmar and Darius Labanauskas and Sean Wilkinson all underway in the second round now.
George Killington has beaten Mickey Mansell on board 11, Dan.
Yeah, it's that was one of the boards I picked earlier out as well, to be completely honest, as one of the boards that was quite open. You know, if you wanted to sit it was the reason why I picked Ryan Searle, to be honest, was I thought that board could be quite an open one. Looking at it now, you're probably going to make Richie Burnett the favourite to come through that potentially, based on the way that everybody's played so far today. But very, very open. I think that you could probably have anybody out of that, and you'd think that was a fair result, whoever comes off that board today.
Absolutely. Ryan, Miko, and Ricardo Petresco are locked in a noble on the stream board, 5 apiece. And it's advantage Petresco. He's found a maximum in this leg. He has effectively stolen the darts. He's got the Della left. Tees up 48. Miko 1-3-2 to save it. This is some performance from Petresco. Remember, Miko led 3-0. Battled his way back into it. Oh, I think I'm going to confirm on the stream, but I think Miko may have missed a dart at the ball. I will confirm in a second. This is the joys of having the stream.
It's just that bit behind it.
Petresco, 48. And he does. Ryan Miko does miss a dart at the ball and pays the price, because Ricardo Petresco has banged the 48 in 2 to complete the comeback.
Oh, he missed that dart at the double by a mile as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was right well under.
Big result for the young German.
So we've only got 2 of our first round games left underway, and they are very, very different tales, as we've got Super Mario 4-0 up over Eddie Lovely, whereas the other game not quite so straightforward for either player, as we've got John Henderson and Mike Videka at 4 each, matching each other almost exactly in the averages with 91 plus. And a very, very tight affair there in our final 2 games. Interesting one on board 3, Phil, with Jan van Veen 3-1 up on Danny Nopper. Danny Nopper averaging 104, but 3-1 down.
Just see, have you seen the boxing news that Joyce and Parker is done and signed? Yeah, it's on BT Box Office. How is that even a box office ridiculous?
Yeah, it blows my mind. I mean, when I saw the fight, all the rumors of that fight being made, I sort of thought, it's not bad. Like, it's not, like, it's watchable.
Yeah. It's a good fight.
Yeah, I thought it bamboozles me. Who, like, I suppose, like, I don't know. I generally, if it's I tend to watch boxing, so if it's on pay-per-view, I tend to buy it. Like, and I probably will, because I'll watch it. But there's no way that can do the level of views that they would need. It doesn't make sense. You would think, from a commercial point of view, that you would be able. That it would make more commercial sense to put it on television that everybody could watch, and therefore sell an awful lot more sponsorship, because the amount of people that will watch it. Like, you've got sort of 2 commercial avenues from that, haven't you? And it just doesn't seem to me that it would be remotely, good business sense to stick that on pay-per-view. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
The Decker one away now, 5-4 up on John Henderson, going right to the wire. Eddie Lovely has pinned himself a leg back, but still 4-1 down.
The world match play was bouncing for MVG versus Jackpot. I was gutted for Damon. Yeah, no, it just didn't play well. It happens up there. Yeah, look, the Blackpool atmosphere was amazing. I know you were there, wasn't it? Dan, it was something else.
Oh man, yeah, it was unbelievable. I'll tell you, it's and I know there was a lot of criticism. The crowd got a lot of stick for the way that they acted during the game between MVG and Aspinall. But the atmosphere in that room while that game was on was unbelievable. Like, it was absolutely electric. It was really, really spectacular this year. Probably better than last year in terms of just the way the room felt and the way that everybody was, the way the crowd were into it. It was really, really good, really top level.
Yeah. I'm
still not quite recovered from my night out with Aaron Monk, truth be told. I'm not sure I'll ever recover.
I was going to say, I'm not sure you'll ever recover from that.
I don't think it was a tremendous night. It was I had a really, really good trip. I was in and out, to be honest. I drove to Blackpool. I was there for a night, and then I was back home the next day. I very much got in and out of the match play quick this year, but it was a superb trip. Managed to catch up with Boise. Went out for tea. Went out for tea with him. I didn't manage to quite catch you. I think you got tied up with something unexpected. I think, didn't you? Bits and blindsided with some extra duties, I think. Yeah. But it was a really good.
Yeah, I hand on heart, the first time I've been to Blackpool, and over the 10 days, I didn't touch a drop of booze.
That is an achievement in itself. Very much so. Danny Noppert maintaining that 106 average, but has levelled the game up there, 3-3 against Jan van Veen. Nothing too exciting to report across the rest of the second round games, other than maybe an early break from Max Hock. We saw Max Hock come through really, really well in his opening match against Raymond van Barneveld, and he's now 2-0 up after taking an early break against Scott Williams. Rob Cross, another player with an early break, who's 2-0 up over Kevin Burnett. Rob Cross averaging 115, and Rob Cross is a player could potentially go deep into an event like today. That's looking tight on board too, with Alan Suter and Kevin Dutz. Almost just a couple of very, very small points between them on the averages, both averaging 100 point something, and 2 each, matching each other blow for blow there. Danny Noppert now goes ahead 4-3. He was 3-1 down, Danny Noppert, and now 4-3 up.
Gary Anderson is back out in action as well after his fireworks in the opening round.
Yeah, I see his standards have massively slipped down to an average of just 107 now. That's a shame.
Rubbish.
Nathan Aspinall off to a good start as well. Phil on board 5, averaging 143, 1 up over Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Joe Joyce will destroy Parker. Oh, still don't get me. I cannot get on the Joe Joyce hype train. I can't get excited about that guy. I don't know whether it's his style. I just cannot force myself to get excited by it.
Who's that?
Joe Joyce.
I'm with you.
Like, I think he's got the potential to be a gatekeeper to the top 10. And I think that's his ceiling, if I'm honest. I just don't think he's got it I don't think he's got it in him. I don't think his style works for much more than that. I know it's a bit controversial, a lot of people, but I just don't. I can't get on the Joe Joyce hype train at all.
I'm with you.
Oh, Scott Williams there. I was just talking Max Hopp taking an early break, going 2-0 up. But that early break has disappeared very quickly as Scott Williams ties that game up 2-2. We've got a few of them that are just going nose to nose and matching each other here. So board 16, Jamie Clark just levels up against Boris Kirchmar to make that game 3 each. But at the same time, Neil Zonneveld kicks on from Martin Schindler. Zonneveld 5-4 up. So Zonneveld within one leg now of dispatching Schindler, which would be a good result, I think, that for Zonneveld. Schindler played really well earlier today. Zonneveld has got the darts. It's on throw, so he's throwing for the match now at 5-4. Opens with a ton, so Zonneveld still looking definitely the most likely in this match.
Is Gary at it again? Is Gary going through the gears?
It's magnificent stuff, isn't it? I mean, mind you, this leg, maybe he slipped off a little bit. He can't find a treble in his first 6. But he's 2-0 up and still ahead, so nothing to worry about at all, I think, at the minute for Gary.
I know he's 1-all. I'm just watching on the stream. I really like the way Gerwin Price's darts are landing in the board again. They're just standing up to attention. They just look so good at the moment.
I've got Aspinall and Rusty Jake on. I'll have to have a flick over and have a look at. Interesting one there from Tommy Phil. Where does Gary rank in the greatest of all time list? Where is Gary on the GOAT rankings, do you think?
On my personal list, he's 4.
Yeah, I think I would say he's top 5, because the positions sometimes change depending on how I'm feeling. But I would say he's consistently features in the top 5. Aspinall absolutely flying. 5-1 up over Rusty Jake. Rusty Jake just can't hold on to the coattails of Nathan Aspinall here, averaging just shy of 102 on the stream board, and he is looking really, really good. The Aspinall. Rob Cross breaks again. Cross averaging 107, 3-1 up. So Rob Cross, another player who is looking tremendous today. Peter Wright going to have to lift his game again. Peter Wright scraped and stumbled over the line in his opening match and is 2-1 behind early doors here against Lee Evans. So Peter Wright making life hard for himself again. The game is on throws. Nobody's broken anybody yet, but Peter Wright not looking as comfortable as you might think.
Yeah, James has Ando 5th. Yeah, look, I think he'd be in most people's top 5.
Price looking strong as well, averaging 100. Some big average. What we're seeing here is some big averages from some of the big players. You've got some really good. Gerwin Price, Rob Cross, Nathan Aspinall. These guys are all starting to stick into a bit of a groove now. Danny Noppert, having been 3-1 behind, is now 5-4 up. Lifted that average of his up to 103. And is now throwing for the match in this one. Danny Noppert coming from behind. And Danny Noppert is not a player that you want to build up some momentum in an event like this. Nathan Aspinall gets over the line very, very comfortably over on the stream board. 6-1 win from Nathan Aspinall. And we are just seeing, Phil, signs of some of the big, big players starting to put their matches and their game together here.
Absolutely.
How
In terms of
on earth are we still going on board 4? How is this game not over?
Yeah.
That is our mile behind, isn't it?
Yeah. We need to get some quick ones on. A couple of 6-0s and 6-1s to catch us up. Remember, come and say hi in the chat room. Drop us a like as well.
Kevin, just on that one, I'll own up to that because Ryan Searle was my pick of the day today. He was my my expert selection for a player that was going to go really deep and win today's event, and because of that, he went out in the first round in what was a bit of a lackluster performance. He went out 6-3 to David Pallett, who, to be fair, David Pallett's played very well today and is still doing so. But yeah, Ryan Searle out first round, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Not the
Dukes
best
and Suter going close on board too. Both players playing well there. Just as I say that, Danny Noppert gets over the line. Great result for Danny Noppert. Having been 3-1 behind, went on an absolute tear up there, lifted his average, and then Danny Noppert with 6-4 victor over Jan van Veen. And that was with a 160 to get rid of it as well. So great stuff from Noppert.
Oh, have I turned to this at just the right time? Oh.
Just 100, eh, Gary?
Yeah, Gary was threatening.
Luke Peters has done very well to put 2 legs on the board here. Very well. Surely to goodness, if Gary Anderson comes through this match playing like this, we've got to see him on the stream board next game, haven't we? Surely.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, I just think if Gary's playing like this, he puts a few matches together playing like this, it'd be very nice of the PDC to let us all see it.
Yeah.
Price looking very comfortable. 4-1 up, averaging over 100. Very, very professional, workmanlike performance there. Price now 5-1 up. The Welshman goes. Ross Montgomery putting very, very little pressure on Gerwin Price. Peters is making a game of this. Gary not having it all his own way. Boris Kirchmar comes over Jamie Clark 6-4. So Boris through to the third round as well. Alan Suter within 1. That game's been very, very tight against Kevin Dukes, but Suits is close. Dukes is looking like Suits and Dukes. This is quite a good game. Dukes is looking at trying to force a noble here and is looking most likely with Suter there struggling to find a treble. Luke Peters is having to play the game of his life just to try and hold on to the coattails of Gary Anderson here. Really, really top level stuff. That's correct. So a nightmare there with Anderson. It went yellow and then went white. Someone's had to hit the undo button, I think, there. It all went wrong for a moment.
Someone's had a mare. Oh, Gary. Now then.
Gary.
The lesser spotted
So,
double 7.
The suits and doots match that we've got going on over on board.
I like that.
Too. Suits and doots, yeah, I'm happy with that. That's gone to a noble. Alan Suter is on throw and can't find a treble. Kevin Dukes opens with a 140, so pinches the darts and pinches the initiative. Alan Suter right up against it, responds with a 140 of his own, but Kevin Dukes very much in control in this noble leg, and they've gone all the way. Both averaging really well. It's been a really cracking back and forth game. It's really good.
Boise is in the chat room. Hope you are good, mate. Big Johnny, someone's told Gary if he wins, he can go fishing tomorrow. To be fair, we don't normally see Gary for the full block, do we? So odds on Gary Anderson not playing tomorrow.
He's having to work for it in this game, though. He's playing very, very well, but Luke Peters isn't letting him have it. He's not letting him get away.
No, look, this game could and maybe should be over, but Luke Peters is just digging in, being gritty.
Oh, Alan Suter, after not finding a treble on his first visit, has had 3 visits of 140 on the bounce to get himself down to 24. So Alan Suter comes for 24 in this noble leg. If he can't pin the double 12, Kevin Dukes is, and he does, first dart goes in, 24 gone. Alan Suter with Kevin Dukes sat on 40. So under big pressure there to get that one done. And Alan Suter through to the third round, coming through the suits and dukes matchup.
And Gando's missed another dart there at tops. Oh, I'll tell you what, how is Luke Peters winning this game? How? This is just madness.
It's really mad, isn't it? It's I mean, genuinely confusing.
This is why we love it, though.
And now this leg is looking like it's almost nailed on. There will be a Gary Anderson leg, but it's just a hold. And Luke Peters is going to get a chance to throw for the match here. Regardless of what happens in this leg, Luke Peters is going to throw for the match. And Gary Anderson is going to need to score really, really well in that noble leg.
To be fair, all he's got to do. All Gary's got to do is just think, look, my scoring will blow this lad away if I can just hook it up.
Yeah. Just a quick result update. Carol Sedlacek goes over Scott Waits 6-4 up on board one, so 6-4 result there. Scott Waits is done for today. We've got a noble leg on the way on board 8. Darius Labanowskis 5-all with Sean Wilkinson. Those two, again, averages almost exactly the same at 92.1 and 92.4. Really, really close that match. That going to a deciding leg. Lee Evans has gone within 1 against Peter Wright. Lee Evans 5-4 ahead. against Snakebite. Now, that game is still on throw, so Peter Wright is on throw now to try and level it. But like others, Lee Evans will get an opportunity to throw for that match. And just speaking of people throwing for the match, back to Luke Peters, who is just keeping his nose in front here. Needs to get himself down to a good finish here, because you've got to assume Gary will score well and put the pressure on. That's not bad from Peters. What can Anderson do to pressurise that 85?
That'll do.
Big pressure. Big pressure on this 85 now. I will be genuinely shocked and confused if Gary Anderson plays like this and goes out in the second round. It will be really, really bizarre.
He's only had a dart at the ball there, and he's made a bit of a mess of it.
Yeah, 27's not one we see a lot, is it? It's not something anybody plays for. Oh, Gary. Luke Peters here with 3 darts to get rid of 27 to dispatch the player of the day. And he does. There we go. 2 darts. Luke Peters wins. Gary Anderson, the best player that we've seen playing darts today, is out. Weird.
I've genuinely got no idea how Luke Peters won that game.
I'm completely confused. Don't understand.
Great mysteries. Oh, that is one of life's great mysteries. How Luke Peters is beating Gary Anderson.
I'm not sure. I don't understand it. I'm just gonna have to move on. Otherwise, I'm gonna give myself a headache trying to work it out. Meanwhile, in another strange occurrence, so we've got a noble leg, Peter Wright and Lee Evans. Peter Wright there, just only finding a 44 on his second visit. So Lee Evans down to 314, Peter Wright on 317 after 6 darts each. So Lee Evans still with the initiative and still with the advantage here in this leg. If Lee Evans can find a couple of trebles, he posts a score of 122, gets himself to 192. So Peter Wright's going to need at least 2 trebles here from this visit to put some pressure on, and he can only score 59. That is a nightmare visit for Snakebite. So Lee Evans is going to get 6 darts from 192. How many of that 192 can he get rid of in his first 3 darts? A lot of them. Lee Evans posts a score of 140. So Peter Wright all the way back on 158. Lee Evans on 52. So the pressure here. Oh, Peter Wright scores a max. Peter Wright scores 180 to get himself down to 78. But Lee Evans has 3 darts from 52 to dispatch Snakebite Peter Wright in the second round. Another big name potentially gone here if Lee Evans can get rid of this 52.
What is going on? Okay, we'll go to Dan first, but we've got another one brewing here potentially as well. Well,
it's hanging for a long time. Something straight. It's a right. He's missed them. He's missed at least 2 match starts.
Going Price has gone. The Iceman was in.
That's what?
And Ross.
How's that? What just happened there?
What is going
on? He was 5-1 up, wasn't he? But he took me out the ball for a second. Right, Lee Evans has got 3 darts. Lee Evans has got 3 darts at 888 to get rid of Peter Wright. Gerwin Price and Peter Wright could go within 2 minutes in bizarre circumstances. Gerwin Price was 5-1 up.
Yeah. Chizzy's gone as well. Jimi Hendrix has beaten Dave Chisnell. What is the last 5 minutes done to us?
Right, Lee Evans has missed 3 more match darts. Right, Lee Evans has missed another 3 match darts. How has he done? Peter Wright. How Peter Wright is still in this tournament is it's a bigger mystery than how Gerwin Price has got out of it. Peter Wright gets rid one dart at double 12. Peter Wright somehow, again, gets through. So that's another 6-5 win for Peter Wright, having had his opponent miss multiple match starts. Peter Wright, I don't understand how he's winning these games today, but he is. He's through. This is bonkers.
What is going on? We've seen Gary Anderson lose from an impossible position, playing lovely. We've seen Gavin Price, who was home and hosed, lose. Peter Wright looked as if he was about to lose. And what is going on here?
I mean,
silly darts, Dan.
I'm a bit flustered. Right, Brian Roman, 6-2 wins. Great result that, because I haven't seen much of the game. He's averaged 102 and got rid of Nathan Rafferty there. So that looks like it was a relatively comfortable game. That's interesting on board 16, Phil, because both of those players are players that could probably do with, a third, fourth round run in this Pro Tour event. Chris Dobie and David Evans. Now, obviously on paper, you're going to always fancy Chris Dobie, but both of them have a bit of up and down form in these events. Really interesting game, I think, that.
Yeah. Price missed 4 match starts to win it 6-1. Who was Price play? Price played Ross Montgomery. Gary Price would never ever fix a match in his life.
Oh, I tell you what, that's an interesting game, Phil. On Streamboard 1, Danny Baggish and Ryan Joyce. That's what I'm pleased that's gone onto the Streamboard. That could be a cool game. That could be, anything could happen. It could be 6-0 either way, or it could be noble leg, or it could be garbage. Like it could be absolutely anything, that game. I quite like that.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Nothing too exciting to report there, other than Jamie Hughes 2-0 up on Cameron Menzies. I'm seeing Jamie Hughes in a couple of weeks' time. He's playing an event in Middlesbrough with Duzza. I've just organised a table with a few of my pals to go and see that, which looks like a great night out.
Are you going to the Cleveland Darts Festival at the end of the month?
Oh, do you know, I'm not, because my brother-in-law's getting married. So I would have been, and I might end up being there because it's 3 days or 2 days. I can't remember the date. I remember looking at the dates and thinking, oh, I'm away that week. I can't, because they live on the other side of the country. But I might get there for a day, depending on what's going on.
Nice.
George Killington takes the opening leg. Go on, Phil.
I was about to say, Ian White levels up 3 apiece with Mervyn King on board 3 as it stands.
Jamie Hughes 3-0 up now on Cameron Menzies, averaging just shy of 105. Really good performances from Jamie Hughes.
Very, very good. Dobes has just won 3 on the spin to take the lead against David Evans on our feature game. George Killington has taken the over against Richie Burnett.
Any more of this from Dobie, I might have to go and change shirts. Oh, Joe Mernon ties that game up 4-all with Gabe Clemens. That's been comfortable for the German, but Joe Mernon just fought his way back there, and it is level at 4-4. And at 4-4 on these really, really short first to 6 games, anything could happen. One break of throw is all it is. You drop your throw once, and you are right up against it from 4-4.
Chizzy was playing, lost in the last 64 in that 5 minutes of madness when it was all going on. He managed to lose 6-5 to Jimi Hendrix.
That was 5 minutes of utter madness, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ryan Joyce has lost the dart. I've just seen on the stream there. Ryan Joyce has lost the dart, and I think it's bounced out that far. I think he's had to go to another room to get it back. I don't know where it went. I've just noticed he was like looking around on the floor for it. He seems to have to go next door to go and get his dart back.
The funniest one, last time Richie Burnett was on a stream board, he was getting that board. He was in the back of the room watching the other stream game.
Brilliant. That's class.
De Souza lost first round.
Interesting, just bizarre fact, not really a proper fact, but we've got only at this stage, so we are only in the second round. We've only got 6 of the top 20 Order Merit players left in. So, in terms of an open situation and an opportunity for someone to go on a bit of a run and to make a final or potentially win a Pro Tour event, there's not many of these situations where, when we're only halfway through the second round, we can say there's only 6 of the top 20 left in. Really, really rare.
Get in today.
How's Michael Smith doing? The shortest way I can put that is really, really well. He's looked tremendous. To be honest, the reason we haven't spoke much about Michael Smith today is because he's got his games over and done with in like really, really quick electric fashion. He come through the second round there, beating Jeff Smith 6-1, and he's getting through his games really before we have chance to sort of talk about them and watch them. And you look up, and all of a sudden he's 5-1 ahead. He's looking, now that Gary Anderson's gone, I would say Michael Smith quite comfortably looking like the best player in the field so far, based on what we've seen today. Dobie has taken a break. Chris Dobie 4-2 up on David Evans, so has given himself a little bit of breathing space with a break ahead. Another player who's gone a break ahead in that game that I said could be really interesting, Danny Baggish 2-0 up on Ryan Joyce, and looking good with it as well, averaging just shy of 97, so he's averaging well. And he's on the stream board, so we get to have a little bit of a look at him, and he's looking quite comfortable, Danny Baggish.
Yeah. Glenn says, think Bunce is trying 16-18 gram darts this week. That's interesting.
He's trying what size? Where was that one?
16 and 18 grams.
Or as Ryan Sir likes to call it, one dart.
32 grams. Somehow Gary Anderson has just lost. He averaged 111 in his first round game. He played beautifully in his second, averaging over a ton, and somehow managed to lose. answers.
Just
on a
running
postcard.
down a couple of scores. We've got a noble leg underway on board 10. Gabe Clemens and Joe Mernon. That's been really tight all the way through. So they guys at 5-all. Mervyn King has found a break at exactly the right moment, having been 3-all with Ian White. Moves ahead to 5-3. So Mervyn King within 1, as is Chris Dobie on the feature game, 5-2 up on David Evans. Another player who's looked really, really good today, Phil, is Ted Everts. Played brilliantly in his first game. He's 5-1 up against Adam Gowlas here in his second game. And then the last one, just to point out, is quite well it. Jamie Hughes is now within 1, 5-1 up, averaging 102, playing Cameron Menzies. That's a really, really good performance from both Ted Everts and Jamie Hughes there.
Yeah, agreed.
George Killington as well with a good performance. 3-1 up against Richie Burnett. Andrew Gilding, like that man is playing some remarkable darts of late. He's averaging over 107. 3-0 up. John Brown doing himself no favours as he is only averaging 77. But Andrew Gilding, he is 3-0 up because he is playing some remarkably good darts. Good result on board 2. Bradley Brooks has gone over Steve Lennon, 6-1. Not much to shout about in that game. Both averaging upper 80s. Nothing particularly great, but Bradley Brooks doing enough to get himself very comfortably through to the next round. Mervyn King, just as I say that, comes back. Having come back, is now 6-3 up. He's won that match and he has got rid of Ian White for the day. Ian White done for the day at the hands of Mervyn King. And the last score, just to update you all on, is that the German giant Gabriel Clemens came through the noble leg 6-5 over Joe Mernon. So we are now starting. We're through quite a few games now in this second round, and we're starting to just see what the later stages of this tournament are going to look at in terms of who is going to play who. Ted Everts gets over. He was 5-1 up. He's comfortably got through 6-1 there. I tell you what, we have not seen a great many of today, Phil, is I think there has only been one bagel all day. And considering the amount of games we've got through, it's very rare we get to this point. You know, we're sort of 2.5 hours in and we've only seen one bagel. Ryan Joyce 6-0 over Jeffrey Deswan a couple of hours ago. Not much of that at all.
No, agreed. It's been strange that normally we see a few, especially early on, but today it's been good, close games.
But there is some potential of one in the workings on board 6. Andrew Gilding has moved to 4-0 ahead now, and he is on throw. So if we're going to get a bagel at all, and Andrew Gilding then opens with a 180, this man is playing some unbelievable darts at the moment. 180 start there, but he's 4-0 up on throw. So if we are going to be served a bagel in the second round, that is probably where it's going to come from.
Yeah, played some beautiful, beautiful stuff. Chris Dobie looked home and hosed, but David Evans is still fighting in our feature game as well. But what a response from Dobie. Two treble visits.
He's done that all day, David Evans. And I know it's only a few games in, but he's stuck around in games. That's how he's still there today. He has fought and clawed. He's not still there because he's played superbly. He's been there when his opponents have missed doubles, and he's dragged himself into legs that probably he had no right to win. And he's not letting this one slip too far away from him. He's fighting for it, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Danny Baggish extending his lead to 4-1 1. The American looking really, really strong here. We spoke earlier today about Danny Baggish and how good it could be for his career if he could go on a bit of a run and get deep into one of these tournaments. That's an interesting point, Stephen. I'm not sure you are exactly correct, but each to their own. Andrew Gilding 5-0 now. John Brown fighting to not be served a bagel here.
Fighting.
Killington 4-1 up on Richie Burnett. Good. George Killington's having a good outing today.
He is.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm a tattoo artist from...
Ryan Joyce has one back on the stream at the moment, but Baggish still in control.
Yeah, and that was just a hold as well, Phil. Ryan Joyce is going to have to string a few legs together if he's going to make this competitive. But Danny Baggish back on throw has opened with a 140. So looking strong on his own throw. Ryan Joyce can't find a treble. Ryan Joyce can only post a score of 60. So Baggish looking very, very comfortable to hold his own throw here and extend that to 5-3. Baggish follows that 140 up with another 140. A really, really good leg here from the American. So Ryan Joyce is probably just going to have to win every leg after this. And at the minute, he still can't find a treble after 2 visits.
So warming up on board 5, Aspinall and Roman, that will be decent.
That's interesting as well. That other round of 32, that third round game that's warming up there with Dobie and Boris, because neither of them have played particularly well today. They've sort of, they've both played all right. So be interesting to see that one and see if either player kicks on and manages to find anything close to their A games, which is neither of them have quite found so far yet today. Another interesting one, Keegan Brown and Luke Peters. Luke Peters, of course, has came through very, very strange victory over Gary Anderson. So we'll see what that victory has done to his confidence and how he comes back in the next round.
Yeah, definitely.
Baggish did hold that throw as we expected and is now just 1 away from the match. And Ryan Joyce on throw, but Baggish goes 180, 125. So Baggish down to 196 after 6 darts. Ryan Joyce up against it here on throw. Danny Baggish has pinched the darts, pinched the initiative, and is now looking like he definitely will be the first to have finished, barring a complete catastrophe. Oh my word, Danny Baggish, another 180. So Danny Baggish here against the darts has gone 180, 125, 180 to get himself down to needing just double 8 for a 10-dart leg. This is tremendous stuff. Absolutely superb from the American. Will he take it out for a 10-dart leg? Oh, he's missed all 3 outside. Ryan Joyce got himself back to 74. If he can take this 74, this is a big leg for Ryan Joyce because he's got no right winning it. And he does. Takes the 74 out. Danny Baggish has missed 3 match darts there. Now, he is on throw now, and he will throw for the match. But Danny Baggish has missed 3 match darts.
Interesting. Just seeing it on
Just
there.
waiting for the.
We obviously know
Yeah,
it
I'm
goes in,
thinking,
but it's
yeah,
right on the
close to
centre
the
and
road.
tops on that bottom wire.
Again, a solid start on throw from Baggish. 100, 136. He's playing some lovely, lovely darts today, Danny Baggish.
Yeah.
Potentially the best I've seen him play. I know he's played better than this. He's played better on other events and other Pro Tours, but not when I've had the chance to sit and watch him. I don't think I've seen him play this well.
No. He's got one of those throws as well that when it's on, it looks really nice, but if it's slightly off, it looks quite stuttery. But today, it looks smooth.
Andrew Gilding has missed 9 match darts and gets it on the 10th. Andrew Gilding 6-1. He was 5-1 up and he had match darts all day and could not quite get them. So having missed 9 match darts in that leg alone, Andrew Gilding gets over the line 6-1, which means we have gone through the entire of the second round in this tournament without a single bagel being served. We've had one all day. Danny Baggish over the line with a 6-3 win. He takes out 108. That was another brilliant leg and a brilliant finish from Danny Baggish. Really, really positive stuff from the American. He's had a great day so far. Underway in our round of 32 matches. The first leg that's been won there is Mikel Smith. We haven't had a chance to talk much about Mikel Smith so far today, but he is certainly a force to be reckoned with and potentially the best player we've seen so far today at this stage. So a quick. Oh, Ricardo Petresco, 6-3 win over Mike Carvenhoven. Carvenhoven has played well today, but Petresco just kept him too far away, kept him at arm's length, and that is a really, really good result there for Ricardo. Killington within 1, as you can see on the feature board at the moment. And he's looking the most likely, potentially that 180 from Richie Burnett could change this, but we shall see. Tight game on board 15 with Tim Williams and Mike Dedecker at 3 each. Radek Sazansky 1 away, 5-4 up on Ron Muhlenkamp. That game has been quite tight. Michael Smith breaks early. He is now averaging 120 and is 2-0 up. Michael Smith looking tremendous today.
I'll tell you what, is Richie Burnett mounting a comeback here? He looked dead and buried.
Potentially, if he breaks here and holds to force a noble, but he's going to have to. He can't slip up at all now, can he? You know, he's going to have to take this 120 out for starters. And there is just no margin for error at all now for Richie Burnett. He can't miss.
No, exactly that. And he's missed the dart there at tops. He's come inside, but he gets another go.
Michael Smith is now 3-0 up, averaging 125. What another unbelievable performance from Michael Smith.
Richie,
right, amazing.
Richie. 4 darts to break have come and they have gone. And is that the end of the day for the Prince of Wales.
Early break for the Asp, 2-0 up already over Brian Roman. That's a quick break. Keegan Brown as well, 2-0 up on Luke Peters, another early break.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Burnett got lucky. Killington mismatched darts, and this one's still alive. Could the Prince of Wales about to be producing the comeback of comebacks?
Oh, Jim Williams, 5-3 up. What a time to break against Mike DeDecker. Jim Williams having a going about his business well today. Mike DeDecker on throw, but only opens with a 43. If Jim Williams can find a couple of trebles here, then he could be looking very comfortable.
Alistair, Gary's unfortunately out, but played very, very well. Peter's still in, very luckily. It's conflicting.
See what else have we got coming up. Well, that's an interesting game coming up as well. Alan Suter and Bradley Brooks.
Yeah.
Well, I'm after change. I've had Suits and Dukes. Can I have Suits and Brooks? That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll run with it.
Yeah, Brooks is all right. He'll have to be. He can be Bradley Brooks this afternoon while he's playing Suits.
What a 180 from Burnett. Timing at its maximum.
Absolutely. Nathan Aspinall now 3-0 up, as is Keegan Brown. It's starting to look like we might get some bagels. We've been starved of bagels today. We have not been served our standard share of bagels, and there might just be a few on the way in this round.
Oh, Richie. Fluffed his lines. He got a reprieve last leg. Will he get another one? No is the answer. Killington defeats Burnett.
Jim Williams throwing for the match here has gone back-to-back tons. Mike DeDecker hasn't found a treble in his first two visits. So Jim Williams, a break up and throwing for the match looks very likely here. And he follows it with a ton 40, so down to 161 after 6. Mike DeDecker still yet to find a treble in this leg. Michael Smith only averaging 120 now. Oh.
Yeah, let himself down.
Yeah, it's underwhelming, isn't it? Jim Williams having an absolute stormer of a leg here. He's gone ton, 140, 137 to get himself down to needing double 12 after 12. So Jim Williams will have, he only needs one dart to do it as well. Jim Williams, 6-4 winner there over Mike DeDecker. Some really, really good darts there from Jim Williams. He played excellently. Suits looking the better in Suits and Brooks here. Alan Suter averaging 130 after two legs, just good stuff. 2-0 up, broke early. Michael Smith now 5-1 up, averaging 113. Michael Smith, needless to say, continues playing absolutely tremendous darts.
He does.
Right, who have we got on the stream? Oh, we haven't. Have we got anything on the stream at the minute?
Not at the moment.
Luke Peters fought his way back in. He was 3-0 down to Keegan Brown, and he's fought his way back to 3-2. So Luke Peters, who has already tremendously fought his way back from the brink of exit in the tournament in one match, is having a go at doing it again.
And Michael Smith is 81 points away from battering Scott Williams into submission, averaging a cool 113. No, Gary's sadly out.
Oh, Jimi Hendrix and Andrew Gilding. That's coming up next on the stream board.
Bully boy, what a game. What a performance.
So comfortable. So comfortable.
Just spread it around as well.
Now.
We'll go to this one for our Dutch and German viewers. So we'll go Zonneveld and Clements. Keep an international feel.
Alan Suter now 3-0 up, averaging 118. Superb stuff from the Scotsman. Absolutely lovely, lovely stuff. Yeah, Michael Smith has done so much sitting around today because he just keeps winning 6-1 and then having to wait for everybody else for ages. He's got an age to wait between his games today because he's getting stuff done in such quick fashion.
Just battering him into submission.
Yeah, he is not messing about today. And at the moment, it is very, very difficult for me to even think about anybody else winning, really, other than Michael Smith today. At this moment in time, it certainly looks.
It's going to take either an off performance or something very special to stop him.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to take something absolutely remarkable, or for him to just go off the, just not turn up for a match.
Yeah. Where else? Chris Dobie has just taken the lead against Boris Kirchmar. Danny Noppert 3-2 up on Merv King.
I tell you what, in terms of the draw opening up, Ross Montgomery pulled off that in completely bonkers comeback against Gerwin Price. Gerwin Price 5-1 up. Ross Montgomery comes through and wins 6-5. But that which has set himself up a match with Danny Baggish. Now, whether or not he's mounted that comeback or not, I know if Danny Baggish was given a choice between which player he fancied in the next round, it would not have been Gerwin Price. It would have been Ross Montgomery. That draw has just opened up so much more for Danny Baggish and everyone else in that quarter of the draw, having had that complete catastrophe that Gerwin Price has had in that match. Really, really makes things interesting.
Raman is still in at the moment, but I say at the moment because he is 4-2 behind to Nathan Aspinall. And this highlights what we were saying earlier about Raman, Dan. His A game is fabulous, but he's gone from his A game to a 78, 77 average.
Yeah, and that is the key to these events. It's like we said a few times today that it's being able, like they've all got, so many players that have got, their A game is remarkable. These are the elite, these are the best darts players in the world. But the real key is being able to play a match with your A game. Go, sit down for half an hour, come back, play again at that level. And then to just find it with consistency. It's no good to you whatsoever finding that A game every now and again. finding it for half a match, finding it like you've got to be able to string those performances together. And go, bouncing your averages between 112 and 73, it's just not going to do it, is it?
No, not at all. Philip says at least 2 unseeded will reach the quarterfinals, which is interesting. Yeah, absolutely. And it opens up opportunities to those as well.
Yeah, and that's at a minimum. At the minute we've got, Lukeman, seeded player, is 4-2 behind. Rob Cross, seeded player, is 3-2 behind. We've got some really, really interesting potential matches as well coming up. The seeds are not safe. Absolutely not safe. Derby seeded could go either way. Nathan Aspinall goes within 1, 5-2 up. Same score as we have over on board 14 with Keegan Brown, who is 5-2 up over Luke Peters. Quick question in the chat room. Michael Smith is still in, and for my money is the player of the day so far and the most likely winner. He's just been the first man to book himself a place in the last 16 with a 6-1 win over Scott Williams, averaging 113. So Michael Smith, yes, very much still in it today.
And Keegan Brown defeats Luke Peters. Again, Keegan's one of these players that needs a good back end of the year. His card is on the line.
Just pulling up on the stream board there. Gilding and Jimi Hendrix underway in that really intriguing match. Montgomery and Danny Baggish. And I think either of them this morning would have been very, very happy with a last 16 run today, winning a board final. I think either of them would have thought that is a good result from the day's work. So one of them two guys, definitely, no matter what, going to be, I think, a happy man walking back to the car after this event, Phil.
Yeah, completely agree. And
that's it, job done for the athlete.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking to go back to back.
That game's tighter than I expected. Rob Cross and Jamie Hughes, 3-3, matching each other well. It's there's a few games going on at the minute. That one between Cross and Hughes, very tight. I was about to say Dobie and Boris, but just as the words were about to come out of my mouth, Chris Dobie breaks. So it was a really good opportunity, good timing as well there, because he's broken to get to 4-2. He's now on throw at 4-2. So Chris Dobie now all of a sudden, and that is the interesting feature of these short first to 6 games, is one break in the middle of a match can really put you under massive pressure. All of a sudden, you go from being in the match and everything being quite equal, you drop your throw once and all of a sudden you have a mountain to climb to get back in. Neil Zonneveld, a man who has very much gone about his business in a professional way today. He's had some really good results. He's not one of these we've picked out. All of a sudden he's averaging 115. He's been very steady, very consistent through the day, and is a break ahead on the German giant Gabriel Clemens. Neil Zonneveld 4-2 up in that match. Another man who is a break ahead is Danny Noppert, who is 5-3 up on Mervyn King. Mervyn King has been behind in every game he's played today. A bit of an escape artist today. The King So 5-3 behind. This might be when Merv starts to play. Jamie Hughes just gets a leg ahead of Rob Cross and goes up 4-3. Now, that was, interestingly, a break for Jamie Hughes. So, Jamie Hughes 4-3 up, but a break up. Now has the darts in hand and opens with a ton. So, Jamie Hughes looking very, very well placed in that one.
Just going to go to the World Championship race, because we were talking about Suits a lot yesterday and how he's moved, he's now in a world spot. He was outside at the start of yesterday, but Suits is now in one of those 32 places for the World Championships.
Ah, yes, but he's in only just, isn't he? But there's, and just looking outside of that as well, without going too deep into it, there is some work to be done. But there are people in there that you sort of think might just get over. You know, Steve Beaton is within a grand. Jeff Smith's within a grand. Nathan Rafferty's within a grand. Like any one of them, you wouldn't be surprised if they just nicked a. You know those spots that Suter's in there. It's not safe, is it? He needs more. Definitely needs more.
As well, I just looked at the other one. The results yesterday and today also put Suits in 62 in the race for Minehead. So he's in there at the moment as well. Also, John Henderson is just about clinging on to Minehead.
Yeah, it's tight though, isn't it? Very tight.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, as well, with the Players' Championships, obviously one plays 64 and vice versa. When you see Gary down at 48, that could be a stinker for one of the top seeds.
Yeah, that's it. It's the unseeded Gary Anderson, like danger in the draw, isn't he? Like he is the most dangerous man in the draw by a mile. Like he is without a doubt the most dangerous man in the draw. Speaking of Suter, just to confirm, he goes over Bradley Buck 6-2, averaging 100. Suits looks good today. He definitely looks good. Andrew Gilding breaks early on the stream board to go 2-0 ahead of Jimi Hendrix, another man who has just looked remarkable, to be completely honest. Really, really. And that's, you know, we've talked about players finding their A game, Phil, and finding it consistency. Andrew Gilding is a man that not only has found a level of darts that is world class, but at the moment seems to be able to find it with a degree of consistency that is frightening. He seems to be able to put that together in 2, 3, 4 matches in a row.
Yeah. How many left-handers are on tour? I don't know is the honest answer.
Pass. Ask me one on tour.
Pass. Zonneveld, Wade, Mansell, Mikel, definitely those four. Bully Boy's on the stream next. Well, that's good. And Zonneveld has beaten Gabriel Clements.
He's having a good,
really good,
really
good. Cap, yeah. Right, no game is in immediate danger to finish. We are going to grab a quick ad break so we can have a call of nature and refill bottles and everything like that. So we will be back on the other. So let me just tee it up first of all. We'll be back on the other side of these. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are, Players Championship 23. And thank you very much for joining us as always. If you haven't, make sure you drop us a like. 78 at the moment. Can we get that over the ton mark? Would be much appreciated. If you haven't, make sure you subscribe and turn notifications on as well. Right. Who are we going to next? Right, it's not streamed, so we'll go this one. Also, really good questions in the chat room. We'll get to them as well. Where was the one that I really liked? It was from Danny. It says, Phil, do you think in the future all boards at Players Championships will be streamed? Well, I know there was an experiment. I won't tell you at which event and whatever, but there was a trial. Obviously, it didn't go out to the public. There was an internal trial that there was at least a camera on the boards. Look, you wouldn't have commentary, and it wouldn't be like up close where it zooms around the board where you get up close with bubbles. But there was a trial where there was a full board cam, so at least you could see the darts hitting the board. So
that's the challenge, isn't it? Because I think when people want to see it, but I think what the balance is presenting it in a way where everyone is happy with the quality and the experience of doing it. Now, just sticking a webcam on a board is all right, but it doesn't offer you a great deal in that it's hard to see where the darts are landing. You haven't got the commentary. You haven't, someone's got to be, the scores need to be digitally then put onto that screen, and then. To say, well, we'll do every board to the standard that we want it to, where it zooms in on the treble and you've got somebody flying around and someone's calling that in. It's a huge investment of just people, isn't it? Because someone has to control all of that.
The cost of it, obviously, they would never be able to do all boards as we see the stream boards. The cost would be astronomical for wages and equipment. And I'm not sure that the venues that they use have the capabilities, internet-wise, to cope with that amount of bandwidth and everything like that. So, I think we may see boards that have got a camera on it, but it would just be one camera. We'll come back to that in a second because we've got a couple of results, Dan. Rob Cross has come from behind to beat Jamie Hughes. Look, it's not a classic from Voltage, but as we've seen on many occasions, Rob Cross finds a way to win with his B and C game.
Yeah, and that is when he's at his most dangerous, potentially. But he's managed to get himself over the line. He's through to the next round, setting up potentially very, very interesting picture because he's going to more than likely play Sean Wilkinson, who is moments away potentially from serving us up a bagel. It was 5-0 up and playing superbly well. So that could be a really interesting clash because Wilkinson is worked himself, played himself into form. Now, just speaking of a man who's played himself into form, where has 4-0 up Peter Wright come from? Because for the rest of the day today, he hasn't shown a great deal of form like that.
No, he's been up and down.
Sean Wilkinson does serve that bagel, so that is only our second of the day. The first is a very, very long time ago in round number 1, where Ryan Joyce did a 6-0 victory over Jeffrey Deswan. So 6-0 for Sean Wilkinson over Girton Jets. And we may have a second one because Andrew Gilding is 4-0 up over Jimmy Hendricks, and Andrew Gilding, a man who is making darts look very, very easy at the moment.
Indeed.
5-0 up.
Right. Is out.
Jim Williams unlucky there to be. He's missed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Jim Williams had an opportunity there, but broken by Dirk van Duivenbode. And Dirk van Duivenbode, as a front runner, a dangerous man.
Yeah. Dirk can go bananas at any point.
This is, as we predicted, Phil, very, very tight between Danny Baggish and Ross Montgomery. 4-all, those two are. Now, Baggish on throw opens with a ton, but this is a very, very tight match, which is looking like going all the way.
Absolutely.
So we're just about to get underway in our last round of 32 games. So once Ted Everts and Martin Lukeman gets underway, that will be all of the round of 32 games underway, and we will start to see our last 16 games starting to warm up just as these last two pairings start to become apparent. Dirk van Duivenbode just kicking into second gear at the minute. B1 up. Ron Meulenkamp gets a leg back against Peter Wright, but you've got to assume it's going to be a bridge too far for him to peg back. He's going to have to win 6 legs on the spin. He's done one, but a very, very big uphill battle ahead. Ross Montgomery's just missed doubles. At least one dart, probably 2 darts at double there to break Danny Baggish. This one just getting a little bit scrappy. Missed darts from both at doubles in this leg. Baggish has come back for double 8 and he gets it. So Baggish 5-4 up. Ross Montgomery is going to need to win 2 games in a row, 2 legs in a row. He's going to have to hold and then break Danny Baggish if he's going to get through, because Danny Baggish is 5-4 ahead.
So a massive shout out to Ricardo Petresco as well. 6-3 win over Karol Sedlacek into the last 32. Nearly 97 average. That's tidy. He's done some good things today.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he? And he's, what he has done though is he's not, I'm just having a look over it, he's not played. He's not met a seed, so he's been relatively fortunate in the way that it's opened up for him. And he's not going to meet a seed in the next round either, because in the last 16 he's going to play Alan Suter, which is very interesting. Montgomery requiring 140, leaves himself 60 with baggage back on 206. So looking very, very likely that Ross Montgomery ties this one up and forces a noble leg. Baggage posts 100, so there is some pressure on this 60, not loads, but if Montgomery can't get rid of the 60, baggage comes back for 106. And he gets rid of the 60, hits the double first time. So Ross Montgomery forces the noble leg. So the game that I predicted would go all the way has gone all the way. We have a 5-all noble leg between Danny Baggish and Ross Montgomery. Danny Baggish is on throw, but can only find a 78 to open. If Montgomery can find a couple of trebles here, he could pinch the darts early on here. Oh, Montgomery has a stinker, can only score 41.
Yes, Petresco is the only German in the next round. Daz, when can Wright and Smith meet? So Michael Smith's in the bottom half. So is semi-finals.
Let's see, board 12, board 9. Yeah, semi-finals.
Yeah. No, not at all, Stephen. Look,
no, quarters.
Webby. Is it quarters?
Could be quarters, yeah.
No, Stephen, look, Webby is up there. I know we spoke about Nico yesterday. Webby is one of the elite pundits of World Darts. Superb as a pundit, superb as a commentator, just elite level.
Yeah, tell you what, that was a result. Mrs. Simpson just called into the room, bringing a cup of tea and scones. That's gone well, hasn't it?
Oh, check you out of your scone. Have you got butter and jam as well, or some cream?
No, there's no jam. I think we're between holidays, aren't we? To get that song, that's the most middle class problem, isn't it? Oh, we're between holidays, so we haven't got any jam in. Oh dear me. Right. Let me get back. I want to. Right. So Danny Baggish needs 148 for the match. 3 darts to get rid of 148. Ross Montgomery on 106. So there's a bit of pressure on this 148 because the 106. Oh, Danny Baggish has missed double 16 to check out the 148. He's come inside. He's left himself 16 though. So if Ross Montgomery doesn't get rid of this 106, Danny Baggish will have 3 darts at double 8 for a place in the next round. Ross Montgomery can't get close. He's only scored 40. He's still got 66 remaining. So Danny Baggish, over to you. 3 darts. He only needs 1. Danny Baggish pins double 8 for a 6-5 victory. Danny Baggish through to the last 16 today. Who would have picked that this morning? Probably not Danny Baggish, if I'm honest.
George Killington is on the verge of the last 16 as well. Played some good stuff today.
Tell you what, Phil,
this one
at 5-0, when Peter Wright was 5-0 up, we said Ron Muhlenkamp's going to have to win 6 on the bounce. And he's won 3 on the bounce so far. So he is mounting a comeback from the bomb. So interesting that this is only the 2nd time that Danny Baggish has got through to the last 16 of a Pro Tour event. Since he won his tour card, he has only got this far once before.
So it's good to see Martin Lukeman now seeded on the Pro Tour. That just shows what a year he's had. Seeded 24. He plays Ted Everts now. It's interesting.
So,
2 games.
the last...
I'll say 2 games left. Peter Wright eventually gets there. George Killington on the verge. And it's just that, to be fair, board 4 has done quite well to catch up. The fact that it's at least on the same round now.
Hey, I'll tell you what. There's a pick of a match in the next round. Nathan Aspinall against Andrew Gilding. That's a good match, that.
Yeah.
Very good match.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Danny Baggish against Keegan Brown. Dirk van Duivenbode against Chris Dobie. Interesting, that one.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the Baggish Brown is huge for both of them. Huge. And let's be fair. If you'd have offered them both a last 16 tie against each other, they'd have both taken that. Because they will both
100%.
feel it's a game that they both will feel they can win, and it's not against the seed or one of the informed guys. So huge opportunity for both here.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, it's not, it's not very often that you're going to get a chance to, and again, with the greatest respect to both of them, to get into the last 8, and that's who you have to play. Normally you're going to have to play somebody a lot higher up the rankings. Both ranked outside the top 70. I think Keegan Brown's outside the top 70. So you're guaranteed to have someone outside the top 70 in their last 8, which is remarkable, really.
Yeah.
Ted Everts has looked very good today. Really, really.
Oh, yesterday as well.
Yeah, I didn't get to see much yesterday. I was travelling. I was driving for most of the afternoon, so I caught up on the important bits and read the roundup. But I didn't get to see much detail. But he's certainly impressed me today. The way that he's gone about his business. That 6-1 over Adam Carlos earlier was really, really convincing. And his opening game with Peter Hudson was good as well. He's had a good day. Well, Michael Smith and Zonneveld on the stream next, as is Rob Cross and Sean Wilkinson. Some good games there that they've picked for the stream mode. Still a few players in there that we haven't had a look at today that I would have quite liked to see. We haven't seen Dobie on the stream board yet today. Or Suter.
Yeah.
Oh, and a noble leg for Christoph Kachuk and George Killington. These lads are going all the way to the wire. 5-all here, but with Killington on throw. So does have a slight advantage, but can only find himself a 57 score as he opens up. Can't find a treble, so can Kachuk. act quickly upon that, jump on it, because a couple of trebles here would definitely give him the advantage.
So as well, just on Going Price's Instagram, he is already on the motorway with the home time and the hands up as he goes home to get ready. He was, by the way, he hasn't just pulled out of tomorrow. He was never entered in tomorrow. He was only ever doing the 2 days and then going home to get ready for Australia. But he's on the motorway. I don't think so, but let me just confirm that. I think the gap's too big.
Killington just keeping his nose ahead in this one. He's on throw. Both of them finding a trebleless visit, but then finding tons each. Another visit without a treble, though. So if Tkachuk can find a couple of trebles here, it is going to go really, really close, this one.
Ashley, Peter Wright can't go back to world number 1 today. Gezi has a big enough gap that I don't think he can go back to world number 1 for a while. He'd have to win both of these, probably 2 Euro tours as well. So there's enough of a buffer. Glenn says be more pulling out tomorrow as well, I imagine. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, of course, my fault. Yeah, 2 seconds.
Killington over the line, 6-5 over Tkachuk. Good game that. He pushed each other, nothing tremendous, but that's another one as well. Like, that's a good run, that. George Killington, last 16, isn't it? He's another man that this morning, if you'd have told him last 16 spot, although his reward for that is potentially a thumping from Danny Noppert in the next round, because Danny Noppert has looked great today. So Danny Noppert has averaged over 100 in every game he's played today. His average has finished over 100 in all 3 matches. That's where Danny Noppert is at today. Playing very, very good stuff. Nothing warming up. Do you think they're just having a bit of a reset here, Phil, letting this board catch up before they go into the last 16?
I think they'll try and start the last 16 all together. Good question, Philip. Do I think... Look, today's had a great run. How far...
He's only two grand. That's all he needs.
Yeah, look, 100% he could get there. The way he's playing right now... Yeah.
And certainly, you would say his current form... On current form, he's in better form than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Arguably the bottom 6. Definitely in better form than Henderson, Beaton, Watamina. Like this, there's definitely scope there. I think there's at least 3, maybe 4 places up for grabs there. There's only £1,000 in those bottom 6 places. So I think there's at least 3 or 4 of those bottom 6 are up for grabs. I think the biggest challenge he's got is not so much nicking the place off those that are in the spots. It's that there are a few players between him and that spot that, you know, also have the potential to go a bit deep. You know, Steve Lennon, Darius Labanauskas, Ross Smith, Lee Evans has shown some really good stuff. Nathan Rafferty's only £500 away. So it's not so much whether he can get up to where Henderson and Beaton and Wattimena are. It's whether or not that a handful of players in between, Jeff Smith maybe, that could nick in for a place as well.
Yeah, completely fit. He's played some really good stuff. It's good to see as well that the Pro, as we said about people like David Evans, the Pro Tour can be a difficult place, and you need time to grow into it. And like we've seen for a few, they've struggled, they've lost their card and come back better for it because they know what to expect and everything like that.
Well, we've now got some games warming up, so people have started to fire up the iPads, and again, some top games there. I mean, that is a cracker. Aspinall against Gilding, based on the way they've both been playing, is a belter of a game.
On the stream, we have got Michael Smith, Neil Zonneveld, Ross Smith against Sean Wilkinson.
It's just not moving at the pace you'd want it to this game, it's on, is it? So, like this leg especially, they're just hanging around a bit, these two.
To be fair, Ted's got quite a mechanical throw. It's not rhythmic, is it? It's very up, set, back. It's not rhythmic.
Yeah, definitely. Even the scoring though, it's not. They're not bashing through legs, are they? Just the way they're scoring. They're hanging around a bit here.
Next TV tournament. You obviously got the World Series events in Australia. Not this. It's not this weekend. It's the following weekend. But then the next, as in, it's not even a thing. But the next proper one, I say that in loose, is the World Series finals in Amsterdam. In mid-September. Two secs.
And we're underway. Aspinall and Gilding is off and running. Just as Ted Everts breaks again, he's a break up there, so 4-2. Sorry, that wasn't a break, that was a hold, but he was a break up. 4-2 ahead, and he's a break up on Martin Lukeman. It looks like we are about to get underway on the streaming boards as well, so it is all happening now in the last 16.
Harry, apart from Australia and obviously New Zealand, I will be at them all. Eurostar's booked for Amsterdam already. Good prices at the moment. And you get to avoid Schiphol Airport.
Which is worth avoiding at all costs.
Yeah.
It's a grim place.
Yeah. I'm hopefully going to do Budapest and Gibraltar. I'm not going to Jena because it's an absolute bitch to get to.
To where?
Jena. In Germany.
Oh, right.
It's where they had the World Cup, and there's just no easy way to get to it.
I love Budapest.
Yeah.
One of my favourite places in the world. It's amazing. Gilding holds for a 1-0. First leg of the last 16 goes to Andrew Gilding.
Yeah, Philip, I've been to a few in Germany, mate. I went to I think Sindelfingen a few years ago. And another one. But yeah, 100%. It's just unfortunately this year they just didn't marry up well with other events. But yeah, 100%. It's just the only two real pain in the arse ones in Germany from a UK point of view is Jena and Riesa. That they are just an absolute nightmare to get to. But the others aren't too bad. Germany as a country is amazing. I love it.
Yeah, I've spent quite a lot of time in Germany. But driving, we used to a group of my mates. We'd fly to either Stuttgart or Frankfurt airport and then drive through the Alps into either Switzerland or Italy. I've spent quite a lot of time over there. But yeah, Jena's a bit of a nightmare because it's right far over. It's not quite right over, but it's just awkward. It's just far enough to be awkward, isn't it, to get to?
Yeah, I really wanted to go. I really wanted to go to the Munich one this year, but it fell awkwardly because it fell on like a public holiday in Germany. So yeah, I'd say this year I just couldn't do it because it fell on the public bank holiday in Germany. So instead of being Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come home Monday, it was Saturday, Sunday, Monday, come home Tuesday. And I had something on the Tuesday early that I couldn't get out of.
For a second there, Phil, I thought you were slipping into Craig David. If you took her for a drink on Wednesday, I thought you were falling straight into a full Craig David video.
A very underrated album, Born to Do It as well. Very underrated.
Yeah. Did you chill on the Sunday? You did chill on the Sunday after all that, didn't you? Oh, goodness me. Right, couple of early breaks in these matches. Chris Dobie, 2-0 up on Dirk van Dijvenbode. Averaging 103 up the doors. And also Andrew Gilding, 2-0 up, early break over Nathan Aspinall. And Keegan Brown, 2-0 up with an early break over Danny Baggish. So we have got some early breaks and now some players with mountains to climb, because Andrew Gilding, by the way, averaging 120, 2-0 up. That is going to take some fight back from Nathan Aspinall, even already.
Kevin says, normally I have discount codes for airline tickets for companies I work for. Just need to get to Brussels, Phil. So I'm feeling it. Just saying, wicked, buddy. Philip says, yeah, Munich on Easter weekend should be an awesome one. Yeah, I'm going to definitely try and do Munich next year. Great, love Munich as a city. I like Berlin as a city as well. Berlin's cool. It's just the estimated time, Daz. It's not set in stone.
Flipping heck. Andrew Gilding, 3-0. Like, he's mad, this, like, remarkable. I mean, another 3-0. Michael Smith, 3-0 as well. Dirk van Dijvenbode has pegged a leg back against Chris Dobie, but that leg was just a hold of throw. So Dobie still one break to the good. against the Dutchman. Aspinall on throw, but can't find a treble. Gilding follows him with a ton. So Nathan Aspinall very, very much up against it here, as is Danny Baggish, who is also slumped to a 3-0 deficit, with Keegan Brown with his foot on the floor, pulling away here from Danny Baggish. Sean Wilkinson as well with an early break over Rob Cross, 2-0. Some really, really interesting results here, or potential results anyway. Somehow Ted Everts and Martin Lukeman is still going on. I don't know how that match can still be taking place, but it is. They are so far behind on board 4, and they're still going. Ted Everts is now throwing for the match at 5-4 ahead.
Yeah. I think we said it yesterday as well, but I would love I'd love a Euro tour in Iceland. Reykjavik is an amazing city.
That would be fun. What do you think it would be? What do you think it'd be like in terms of take-up? Do you think you'd get many of the locals along?
I don't know. I don't know. I would hope so. But yeah, literally, we were chatting about it yesterday. Reykjavik is a must for anyone. Anyone that loves traveling or anything like that. Iceland and Reykjavik is an amazing city/country.
$4-0, Andrew Gilding. I just feel like I'm just going to have to keep shouting every now and again. Like 4-0, he's up to. His average has dropped to 105, but Aspinall can't get a look in him.
He's had a stinker.
Yeah, Aspinall cannot get a look in, but on top of that, there's another player who's up against it and having a bit of a stinker. It's Dirk van Duivenbode, who is 3-1 down to Chris Dobie, but on throw, he can only find a 48 with second visit. Dobie hits a 140 and getting ahead. So Dobie potentially looking to pinch the darts here. Van Duivenbode can't find a treble again. So Chris Dobie has got the advantage here. You would back him to be the first to have finished from this point. If he breaks again, this is going to be a massive uphill task for DVD. Sean Wilkinson maintaining that gap again, 3-1 over Rob Cross. Another 3-1, Michael Smith against Neil Sullivan. Not quite looking at the level the rest of the day, but still looking solid and comfortable in that one. And Peter Wright, 2-0 up, taking an early break from George Killington.
Yeah, absolutely. I say Dirk and Dobes, it's not the big numbers we were expecting, but Chris Dobie is in front.
Yeah, it's got a bit scrappy this leg. Van Duivenbode is just through. Ted Everts a great done. Thank God that game's over. Good grief. Yeah, Van Duivenbode has just held there. He had to peg a 180 back. Dobie looked like he was going to break there, but Van Duivenbode found a 180 at the right moment to give himself a shot at a double. So Dobie still has a draw. Sorry, still has a break. Dobie back on throw, starts with a 135. So Dobie backs that 135 up with a 140 as well. So Dobie definitely still looking the most likely here, but they are neither playing their A game. So if Dirk van Duivenbode can find something, this could get very, very competitive very quickly. Nathan Aspinall has managed to put a leg on the board at last and has found, and that was a break of throw actually for Aspinall, and has found a max on throw. So could he, from 4-0 down, be mounting a comeback? And on the subject of mounting comebacks, we've got another one on the go as Danny Baggish finds himself a break to get back to 3-2. So this one is becoming a little bit more competitive. Keegan Brown on throw, but only opens with a 45. Baggage follows him with a 140. So this one could be tied up and levelled as well. So some really, really interesting stuff going on. Dobie's going to need to take out 75, which he does in 2 darts. That was a really good stuff because he was under pressure. Van Duijvenbode down at 64. Dobie re-establishing that break and is once again ahead by 2 legs. So 4-2 up, Chris Dobie. Van Duijvenbode running out of legs in which to break and get himself back in this game.
Michael Smith is in complete control over Neil Zonneveld. Look, any other time we'd be saying 95.5 is very, very good, respectable. But what we've seen from Michael Smith so far today, letting himself down. Jokes, by the way.
Yeah, it's interesting to use that sentence, isn't it? Like in his fourth match, his average plummeted to 95. But how is Nathan Aspinall averaging over 103 and getting completely whooped? Michael Smith. Do you know what? I'd be really interesting. I know we don't really track this or follow it, but it'd be really interesting to find out the average game time today for Michael Smith, because Michael Smith's matches seem to be lasting about 7 minutes. He seems to give me no chance. Like I look at it and Michael Smith's 1-0 up, and then I flick back over to the game and he's like 4-1 up. It just seems to be happening in a matter of moments.
It's just like bish bash bosh.
Just relentless, isn't he? Like hammering through. Nathan Aspinall he's trying to make a fight of this, but 4-0 down is a long way back, no matter how good you are. And even for a man of Nathan Aspinall's pedigree, 4-0 down to anybody in a race to 6 is a big, big mountain to climb.
Michael Smith, job done. 6-1, pack your bags. Next. Also, the game we spoke about that was interesting, we both said. Keegan Brown is now 4-2 up on Danny Baggish. This is huge for Keegan Brown.
I've just flipped that one over. Danny Baggish he's on a max and followed it up with a ton, and Keegan Brown is hot on his tails as well. It's a competitive match. They're not scoring like some of the other games we've seen today, but it's very competitive. Really, really enjoyable game to follow that one. Dobie just takes out 114. That was superb work from Chris Dobie. Ton plus checkout to get himself 1 leg away. So Chris Dobie 5-3 up. He is, no matter what happens, going to get a chance to throw for the match. The fact that he's going to get to throw for the match more than once means he's got to be likely to get some match darts there somewhere. So can Chris Dobie book a spot in the next round? Nathan Aspinall has fought his way back to another break, and having been 4-0 down, he's now only 4-3 down, but on throw. So throwing to try and level the match up now. Nathan Aspinall, that would be a remarkable comeback if he can come back from 4-0 down.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what else is interesting. I've just checked this whilst you were talking, Dan. Keegan Brown's run today has moved him into those green 32 places for Alexandra Palace. The needle is making his move. He is now in the green.
Yeah, I've just checked that as well. Yeah, he is. Him and Alan Suter, they are the 2 players that are staking their claim today for a place at the Alexandra Palace, aren't they? They are both on a run and looking to establish themselves deep, because they're not in the last couple of spots, are they? These 2 are pegging themselves or trying to get themselves deep up that ranking in a secure place.
Also, with that, I know that we talk about the tour card race a lot. Keegan Brown is now only $4,000 off 64. He is making a move. He is now within striking distance of the 64 on the tour card race.
This is unbelievable work from Nathan Aspinall. Really, really top darts. Aspinall now comes back with 3 darts for double 8. Only needs one of them to level the match up 4-4. Andrew Gilding, the wheels have completely fallen off. He was back on 270 there, Gilding. And if Aspinall can break Gilding here, he'll get to throw for the match, having been 4-0 down. Andrew Gilding can't find a treble, throws 41. Nathan Aspinall winning 4 on the spin. This game looked completely done, and it's been spun completely around upside down. Keegan Brown gets over the line 6-2 against Danny Baggage. It was more of a competitive match than 6-2 would have you believe. They did push each other there. The standard wasn't amazing, but they played very well. Up on board 1, Phil. Is that a surprising result, do you think?
If you'd have said to me at the start of the maybe, but the way Ricardo Petresco's played today, no, because he's played beautifully.
Yeah, he has. He's had a really, really good. Yeah, he's played very, very well. Now, I'll tell you what, in the next round as well, I am all for Keegan Brown against Chris Dobey. I do fancy me a little bit of that.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Phil, he's a potential next round meeting. If the result goes the way it looks it's heading, in the next round, in the last 8, we could get Peter Wright against Michael Smith.
Yeah, and Glenn's already said that will be streamed, which doesn't surprise me.
No, not at all. But that's a lovely game, that, isn't it? This is all working out quite nicely, isn't it? That's just getting pushed along, isn't it? That game there between Sean Wilkinson and Rob Cross. They're very level, within 1 point on the averages, matching each other quite well. Looks like a good game. George Killington not defeated though, because even though Peter Wright is averaging 106 4-3 up, Killington pulls a leg back. Peter Wright on throw, but only opens with a 57. George Killington comes back at him with a 177. So Killington here looking to pinch the darts and try and level this game up.
Also, as well, I don't want to jinx Keegan Brown, or I know we were just talking about him. That win has now knocked another £1,000 off. It's now only 3,000. If he were to get to the final, which is only 2 wins away now, by the way, he would then jump into the green to keep his tour card. Now,
yeah, that's
4 months ago. 4 months ago, this looked unlikely. Also, looking unlikely was Nathan Aspinall winning this game. But now, Dan,
this is
the road for the match, and this sums up the bizarre day we've had 5 minutes ago. If you just said Aspinall would be winning this match, we'd have carted you off for testing.
But what I think it is, I mean, so Nathan Aspinall has averaged 103 for this entire game. He was averaging 103 when he was 4-0 down. What this is, this comeback isn't. It's not that all of a sudden Nathan Aspinall's found another gear and he's hammering ton plus checkouts. Nathan Aspinall's pretty much played the same level all the way through. It's just that for reasons I don't understand, 4-0 up, Andrew Gilding has just completely capitulated and knocked 25 points off his average. Just completely nosed out. And again, just the amount of treble-less visits in those last 3 or 4 legs from Gilding has been completely different to everything he's played today. He's been so good. His scoring's been tremendous today. And as I say, he opens there at 59, but Aspinall just hammering it now. Aspinall very much in his stride. 140, 135. What have you got, Andrew Gilding? Because you are right up against it here.
Also, as well, George Killington has levelled with Snakebite. That is now 4 apiece, and they are effectively in a best-of-3 shootout.
It is, and Peter Wright has just thrown a 28 with Killington on throw. So Killington kicking ahead, 120 points ahead here, Killington. Peter Wright's going to need a hit a match just to put the pressure on. Another visit that's just not good enough from Andrew Gilding. Can't be throwing 38s when you've got to keep yourself in the tournament. Rob Cross on the verge of tumbling out as well. Ton 40 from Sean Wilkinson gets himself to 164. Cross back on 349. Sean Wilkinson is gonna get 6 darts from 164 to wrap this game up. Another big name gone, potentially.
Aspinall completes the comeback. That's
amazing.
Sensational from the Asp.
Yeah, it really is.
Right, do we want the conclusion of Petresco Suter or the conclusion of Killington Wright?
Oh, I think it's got to be Killington Wright, hasn't it? Oh, certainly if this goes. What can you do here, George? 102. Oh, he's nearly. Peter Wright needs 99. Match starts. Sean Wilkinson needs double top for the match. He's got 3 darts at it. Cross back on 134. So not loads of pressure on this double tops for Wilkinson. He comes inside, leaves himself 20. So Cross needs to peg this 134 to stay in the game. What have you got, Bobby Cross? Oh, not good enough. More match darts, Sean Wilkinson. 3 at double 10 this time. See if we can wrap it up here. It does. First dart, does it? Rob Cross out. Sean Wilkinson through to the last 8. What an unusual mishmash of dart players this last 8 is. Well, I say that. It's not really now, is it? Danny Nopper looking to be making fast work of Ted Everts here. Our 2 remaining Scottish dart players. Are both just 1 leg away. Which is interesting because checking out the flags on those results, all 5 of the people that have already booked their place in the last 8 are all English.
Yeah.
We're about to get some diversity from somewhere. Mind you, I'm not sure adding 1 Scot counts as diversity.
Not when one of those Scots has actually represented England as well.
Yeah, and speaks with a Cockney accent. And don't pull me up on Cockney either, because to me, anything south of Birmingham's Cockney. Like anything that's like...
And that works vice versa. Anything north of Watford is a northerner for us.
Yeah, I had that argument with Cam. I met him in Manchester, and I had to explain to him that he wasn't a northerner. So listen, mate, I've had to drive 67 miles south to meet you. Like, you're not from the north. This is not. Manchester's not north. Ooh, what was Rob Cross complaining about there? I don't know, if I'm honest. I didn't have the stream on at the time. Was he complaining?
We'll see if Suits can ping this.
Yes.
And he does. Alan Suter marches on, brings to an end a brilliant day for Ricardo Petresco, but it is Suits who marches on. So from there, we're going to go to Danny Noppert, and Ted Everts.
Yeah, Alan Suter again, another one. Just that win, just nudging him ever so further up that race to the Ali Pali. Not to mention consolidating his place at Minehead.
So the two stream games on PDC TV will be Keegan Brown against Chris Dobie and an absolute blockbuster between the world number 2 and the world number 4. Bully Boy against Snakebite. That's going to be good. It can't not be.
Absolutely not. That is a cracking game for a last 8 match, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite like Keegan Brown and Dobie as well. Like that's interesting.
I do. Big fan of that. Yeah, big fan.
Ted Everts just keeping himself in it, but he just does remain that breakdown. But that opening visit from Noppert might help Ted. Ben Wright still goes off favourite against Smith. Yeah, support. I don't know if I agree with that.
Look, Noppy's been super.
Yeah, I looked at that. Look at Sam. He's every game he's played, he's finished with an average over 100. He's been brilliant without really attracting too much attention today. He's just been really consistent all day, but consistently very good, really good.
Yeah. But Ted Everts is just, well, now he's favourite to go 3-all. There's no pressure on the Noppert throw. Oh, please don't, Kevin. I just absolutely hate that song now. It's just overplayed.
Oh, I didn't like it the first time. I don't know where it come from, and I don't know why it became as popular as it did, but it needs eradicating immediately. It just wants a stop put into it straight away.
The thing is, it was obviously Daryl Gurney's walk-on, which worked, and then they started playing it at boxing.
Yeah,
and then
that's what that was.
It got the crowd going at boxing, so it then got played at football, cricket, you name it. I'm just like, oh, can we play something different?
But there's far better songs than that get a crowd going. It's far better. It's just, I don't get it. It's just not a song I've ever enjoyed. It's the second most annoying thing at live sport behind the two-rate chant. And I would introduce an immediate ban from all public spaces of that two-rate chant. Right.
Oh. Yeah, Kevin, it's literally every UK sporting event, like even like I heard it at the cricket the other night as well. It's just like
It's overdone. It's just like it's everywhere, isn't it? It's all right now and again. It's all right, but it's just completely saturated. And I don't know how it got its way into boxing. I don't know how it became part of boxing culture. And now what's like, so you go to a local boxing show, like if I go up to like Meadows or something like that up the road, there'd be like, a load of semi-professional boxers, and we have to have 10 minutes of Sweet Caroline before it starts. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely infiltrated every level of the sport.
It was played so much at the men's Euros last summer as well. Noppy goes to 6 on the tour card. Order of merit if he wins today. Yeah, look, he's just been so good.
Don't mind it being played at really big boxing events. Yeah, well, see, for a little bit of me thinks that's even worse, because that almost means it's special. That's like, we're going to get like the greatest fight of all time and do Sweet Caroline before it starts. It makes no sense to me. Like, it just baffles me.
If Aspinall wins today as well, he goes 4th on the Pro Tour of Merit. He can leapfrog Gerwyn Price if Aspinall goes back to back. Oh,
and those things, they will have an effect come when it comes to Minehead and it comes to other things. They are going to have an effect, because those rankings up there, they make a difference to seedings and draws, and they do affect where people end up and what sort of a tournament you can have.
As well, interesting that again he has to get to a final or win it, but Chris Dobie can make a huge jump as well today. He's 26 on the Pro Tour Order of Merit right now, but a win would put him only $4,000 behind De Souza in 16th.
That's a big jump, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Josh, 100%. You will hear it at the AJ Usyk fight. 100%.
Honestly, it's a tragedy. Big score here needed from Ted Everts if he's going to keep in this match. This is probably his last proper chance to get a foothold in this game. You've got to think that's probably not going to be enough with a big, if Knockett posts a big score here. If Knockett posts something big, if he hits 2 trebles, pressure is right on. 64, will it go?
It is one for you, Dan. Jonathan asked, best walk-on song in darts at the moment.
Chengan Lu, You Raise Me Up. And it's a tragedy that man had to come out to that song in an empty stadium. It's a complete tragedy. COVID ruined that walk-on for me. Should have had a room full of people going mental to that. In reality, I don't know. I suppose, and it sounds a bit silly, it depends, like, if I'm there. Like, if I'm there in the building, then it's very hard, as much as you hear it all the time, but there is something very special about being in a room, like like the Winter Gardens or something like that, and Michael Van Gerwen comes out, and when that music comes on, and everything, all those green lasers everywhere, like there's something quite special about it when that comes on. There's a little bit of me that quite likes Rob Cross. There's feeling hot. I quite like that. It's a bit funky and a bit fun. I have loads. Like we had it's the game that we play in the car with the kids on long journeys. Is like shuffle songs from the darts walk-ons, and you have to guess who it is. Mr. Brightside, like I remember the first night back, first Premier League night back with crowds in, traveling down to Milton Keynes, and like no one had seen live darts for so long. It was it was like desperate to get back and be in an arena for an event like that. And Mr. Brightside's on, and Aspinall's coming out to Mr. Brightside. That's good. So all the crowd goes mad for it as well. I've got loads. It'd be dead hard for me to just pick one.
Yeah, no, Aspinall's up there. I love Joe Cullens. Don't Look Back in Anger just gets the place rocking.
See, for me, it's good, and I like it when it's when it was good. Premier League Leeds was good this year because everyone was the Yorkshire cricket chants for Joe. When he came out, everyone was singing along with his song. But for me, it's a bit slow. It's not like just as a song, as an entrance song. It's not banging as much. Doesn't whip the crowd up. Everyone sings it, but doesn't excite anyone.
I still like Bully Boys. Oh, but before we go there, Ted Evans is in front now. 5-4. What a turnaround. I really like Bully Boys. Shut Up and Dance. And
everyone likes Eddie Lewis. Everyone likes Pig Bag that Eddie Lewis has. I can't force myself to enjoy it because it's the song used at every single Middlesbrough match. And being a Newcastle fan who grew up 4 miles from Middlesbrough, it's just like been relentlessly. I feel about that the same way I feel about Sweet Caroline at the boxing. So I can't force myself to enjoy Adrian Lewis coming out to Pig Bag.
Let's go have a look to see what darts Peter Wright is using today. I agree, Sam. Dmitry Gorbanov in the heat of the night was a tragedy. There was no fans because he was singing along every minute.
Yeah, he was living his best life, that lad.
Peter Wright using looks like a version of the Elements. Vincent Van. Oh, Hollywood's got a new shirt.
That's it.
Dobes has got a new shirt. Oh, I'm a big fan of the back. Look at the back.
Whoa, right. Straight online.
Newcastle all over it.
I am straight on the internet. Get me one of those shirts.
Oh, I love the fact he's gone full Geordie on the back with the star and the time bridge on it.
That is proper, like almost like the bottle of a Newcastle Brown Ale bottle. That is beautiful.
Oh, he's done well there. Also, whilst we're on Dobie, the fact he walked on to order the lights at the match play was blooming brilliant as well.
Sorry, what was that, mate? I was too busy trying to buy that shirt. What did you say then?
The fact that Dobie walked on to order the lights at the match play was blooming brilliant.
Well, it was. Because I couldn't get it. I couldn't fall in love with what he was using. But for me, I just kind of, and I did, like, the last time I spoke to him, I like, every time I speak to him, I make a point of mentioning it. Like, the fact that he doesn't come out to Local Hero, of course he should. It's an amazing track as well. Like, it's almost, I don't know why he doesn't. I mean, the only reason I could think is if one of the others, if Carl was coming out to it, or if Ryan Joyce was coming out, but none of them are using it at the minute.
No.
The only good thing about it, Phil, is that as and when I win a Pro Tour card, it means I can use it then, doesn't it? If none of them are.
Yeah. Good. It's a good one from Philip here. He says, do you think that the walk-on songs that aren't in English can work? I think they're tougher. Obviously, Dirk's works because there's no lyrics. It's just a bang your head against.
No music either, really.
But I think in England they don't work. But I've also been at, I can't remember what event it was, but one of the ones, it was either European Championships or the World Cup. I can't remember which one it was. But someone walked out to, I think it was a German song, sung in German, and the crowd fully got behind it. So I think it depends on where the event is.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
I used to love it when Ratajski used to come out to the Wenger boys. So un-Ratajski, but it was just brilliant. Oh, Dan, you're on mute, mate. Oh, my. Ted Everts. Dan, you're on mute.
Sorry, I called that in as well. Called it in. I don't know. I was still on mute for that. Yeah. Unbelievable. Like, massive pressure there on that 1-2-3. Noppert slipping that 1-3-4 in to get down to 52. Ted Everts had absolutely no choice but to take out that 1-2-3. And what a way to finish a match. What a way to get over the line in a noble leg with your opponent needing just a very, very straightforward 2-dart finish. That was top level work from Ted Everts. Really, really good stuff.
Right, we've only got 2 games live at the moment. They're both stream games, but we'll put them both on.
Michael Smith not found the form he's had in the rest of the day so far, averaging just 76. I think that is the first time I've seen Michael Smith at any point in any game today averaging any less than 90 odd. He's going to have to get through the gears quickly though, because these games, these first to 6 games, go in absolutely no time at all. They are so fast that if you don't come out swinging, you are up against it.
I just want to see what.
And there we go.
Right, I need a close-up of this Peter Wright dart. Because to the naked eye, it looks very similar to an MVG dart.
Oh, yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I need a close-up. That looks very close to an MVG dart.
They look like for Peter Wright unusually like standard, don't they? They look like a relatively sane straight barrel, nothing fancy.
No.
Very, very interesting. What is going on over on the other board? It's a break for Keegan Brown there. 2-1 ahead now over Chris Dobie. Averages aren't amazing. Brown can't find a treble with his first visit, but he does have a break. We're warming up now. Aspinall against Sean Wilkinson. And I don't think we'll be waiting too long for Suter and Ted Everts. Game's slowly just been catching up. You'd have thought 10 minutes or so for Ted Everts, and then we'll be underway.
Yeah. Yes, Jeremy, Sean Wilkinson having a very, very good day.
Keegan Brown looking to just pull away here.
Michael Smith back level with Peter Wright, but Wright wants tops to hold.
There he goes.
Keegan Brown is now 3-1 up on Hollywood. This could be huge for Keegan Brown.
Just pulling away. It's only one breaker throw, but if Dobie doesn't lift his game quicker, Dobie's only averaging 81 here. This is and that's not an ideal first visit either. 69 on throw. Keegan Brown isn't setting the world light. He's not playing amazingly here, but Chris Dobie almost beating himself.
Yeah.
Keegan Brown's just there every time Chris Dobie stumbles.
We were talking about this the other day, Dan. Do you think like darts players should be like football teams and they should have a new shirt every year?
I don't understand why they don't. If I was managing a darts player and I was responsible for maximising their earning potential, I would make sure that they regularly updated all of their merchandise that was available in line with their brand. So you would have Michael Van Gerwen's wearing green and Chris Dobie's wearing grey and black and what you're still sticking with the theme, but why? Yeah, maybe not every year, maybe every 2 years, maybe whenever the opportunity's there. For me, I don't understand why you wouldn't, because someone's going to go and buy it, aren't there? Loads of people are going to go and buy it.
Well, that's what I mean. Some just haven't changed in years.
But what that means is, like, if you're a Michael Van Gerwen fan and you own a Michael Van Gerwen shirt and you put that shirt on when you go to the darts, like you've bought one shirt. If he brings a new shirt out, everyone's going to buy it. And they're buying something twice rather than once, aren't they? It just makes no sense to me to be honest.
No, agreed. Philip says, why weren't the new target shirts at the match play? That's a good point. Normally we see new target shirts around the match play. It's a good point. I'm sure we'll see them soon.
Yeah, we normally get a launch, don't we, somewhere in the run-up to the match play.
Yeah.
I seem to remember Eddie Lewis's new one was around last year, in the run-up to it. Does us as well. Oh, Dobie needs a big score here to put some pressure on. There's a bit of pressure on this 100, but 100 should be doable for Keegan Brown here. He'll be looking at that there. He takes out in 2 darts and maintains that breaker throw. That Chris Dobie running out of opportunities for a break now. And can't find a treble as he opens.
Glenn, the new target player is due to be announced in September.
Oh, new target player. That's interesting.
Yeah, September.
Keegan Brown finding the perfect time to throw a max, which is against the darts when your opponent can't find a treble. It's going to need to be big for Dobie. Can't do it. Both players down 54, but again, Keegan Brown with a perfect opportunity to get another break and then throw for the match, and he could wrap this one up very quickly. He hasn't done it there, but there is big pressure on Chris Dobie here. And he manages to get there, takes him 3 darts to do it.
And Bully Boys Race looks run.
Just can't seem to find the form he had earlier in the day, can he, at this moment in time? Just not being able, averaging 89, which is nowhere near the form that he's hit for most of the day today. Dobie still giving himself a fighting chance. Those 2 trebleless visits from Keegan Brown. You've got to think Chris Dobie has to take advantage of that and get this game back on throw, because at the minute the game is not on throw and he's a breakdown. Well, that 1-3-4 puts some pressure on Keegan Brown. Keegan Brown's going to need to find 2 trebles here, or he's at serious risk of being broken back. And that is more than 2 trebles. That's 3 trebles. That is another perfect time from Keegan Brown. Keegan Brown hasn't thrown a lot of maxes in these last couple of matches, but he has thrown them at the exact right times when he has. Chris Dobie will get a go at 1-4-6, but that is a big ask. And let's see how much pressure is going to be on that 1-4-6. Ooh, it's taking a while. Precisely no pressure. That is a bad score from Keegan Brown. 48. 1-4-6 for Chris Dobie to level the game up and break back. 96 isn't bad. Just in the other games, Nathan Aspinall 3-0 up on Sean Wilkinson, averaging 102. Very much keeping that consistent performance. His averages all day have been hovering around 102, 103. Nathan Aspinall really consistent today. Not up and down at all. Playing really well. What has Chris Dobie done there? That is That is a big error, and it's really, really cost him as well. What has he done there? That's 68. No. Oh. Two darts outside the double 16. Keegan Brown comes and whips the 68 away. Chris Dobie has had the opportunities. He has missed two darts at double 16 to level this game and get that game back on throw. And he is now just clinging on to stop Keegan Brown wrapping this up in this game. The tide swung very, very swiftly there, one way, then the other. Ted Everts takes an early break against Alan Suter for a 2-0 lead. Suter averaging 102, but hasn't managed to get himself a leg on the board just yet in this game.
Missed opportunity there for Dobie, wasn't it? This game should probably be 4 apiece, but now it is Keegan Brown who looks to accelerate through the gears.
And that's not only should it have been 4 apiece, but it should have been 4 apiece with Dobie on throw. And he now finds himself fighting just to stay in the match. Those two darts at double 16, both missing outside. So I'm not going to get you where you need to be. He's going to need this 68 as well. He takes that. But again, now Keegan Brown throwing for the match. Now, he started the last few games without a big score. Since he opened a gate leg with a ton earlier on, with a 180. He's not managed to throw over a ton in his first visit since then. But Dobie, against the darts here, is going to need massive visits early in this leg. And that is far, far from a massive visit. And it just looks to be slipping away from Chris Dobie. And Keegan Brown, what a big result for him this could be.
2 treble-less visits.
He's not giving himself the chances here.
How we doing, Birdie Boy? Hope you are good. Remember, 96 likes, guys. 4 more to get us to the magical ton mark.
Aspinall now 4-0 up, and this game is looking very, very much one-way traffic. Keegan Brown now leaves himself needing double tops. He's going to have 3 darts at the very, very least to get rid of it. If he doesn't do it, he only needs 2. 6-4 Keegan Brown. That is a really, really good win for Keegan Brown, who finds himself in the final 4 today.
And look, we all know that Keegan Brown over the last 18 months has done some great work with his job in the NHS, which has hindered his darts and has partly to do with his slide down the rankings. Hasn't been able to put in the time or anything like that. Right, do we want Aspinall Wilkinson or... Actually, no, we'll put them both up. 2 seconds.
Aspinall Wilkinson's going to be over in 5 minutes. So Aspinall is 4-0 up. Wilkinson's on throw here, but Aspinall's gone 180, ton. He's down to 121 after 9 darts. Wilkinson down to 182 after 12. Very, very much one-way traffic in this one. Aspinall's going to get at least 3 darts from 56.
Right, whilst I was doing that, just refresh that. Right, this is now huge for Keegan Brown. He is 1 win away from going into the green on the tour card race. 1 win puts him into the green.
Oh, wow, yes. That's very interesting.
Very, very interesting.
What's also interesting is that he's going to knock someone out. He's going to know there are some people there going to be looking at over their shoulders at Keegan Brown.
Yeah.
Because they need to score some more points very quickly.
Philip, that's a very good and very hard question because of everything. I don't know. I genuinely, especially on the tour card race, because of the amount of money available at Ali Pally, I don't know.
That's weird from Nathan. I'd like to bet. I've never seen that before. 180-21. What's he done there, do you reckon? 1-1-19.
Or 1 single 20 bounce out, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's more likely, actually, isn't it?
On the tour card race, Dan, what do you think's safe?
Yeah. Oh, let me have a quick look. As in amount of money or people? Like, who do I think's safe?
The money. What do you reckon the cut-off's going to be, money-wise?
Ooh, I think you're going to have to hit. I think you've got to hit 60 to guarantee it. To be certain. Otherwise, you're sweating, aren't you? Really sweating.
Yeah, I think under 60, you are sweating.
I think anything. I think if you hit 60, you're not sweating. I think you're all right. But it depends. One of the biggest factor is the World Championships because there's so much money. You know, the weighting on those World Championships, depending on compared to the rest of the events. You know, you can win. You can win a match at the World Championships, and it's like going deep in 3 or 4 Pro Tour events. You know, it just depends, and that's in a way it's exciting because it means people are sweating on that right at the end, and it can all swing, and someone can have a run at the end and completely change their fortunes, which is amazing. It's exciting to watch, but it makes it very, very difficult. It's a bit of a dark art trying to predict and guess what the outcome will be and what people need. Very tough. I think we're at the point where we can sort of make a list of people who we sort of know aren't going to have a tour card next year. You know, there's certainly a list of people that are going to have to go back to Q School if they choose to. The devastator, the worst part of it for me at the minute is looking down there at line number 75 and thinking, well, there ain't no chance I can see Glenn Durham putting 20 grand on his total. But some very interesting things could happen. That is for certain.
Yeah. There's some great questions in the chat room. We'll come on to them shortly. Both of these last quarterfinals are finally poised. You would expect Aspinall to wrap this one up.
Yeah, he's going to get, unless we see a monster score here from Wilkinson, he's more than likely going to have 6 starts from 141. More than likely. Let's see.
This is the moment.
Certainly is. There you go, 2-6-1. Very comfortable victory there for Nathan Aspinall. And in our last game, Ted Everts, another player looking quite comfortable. He's looking, I suppose you'd say he's likely to break here, barring a huge score, the biggest score of them all in terms of checkouts from Alan Suter. And if he does break here, which he looks very likely to, goodness me, that is a hell of a score from Ted Everts. 1-3-2, sets up top. So if Alan Suter can't get rid of the big fish, then Ted Everts will get 3 darts at tops to break again and will then get to throw for the match. That is a massive score from Alan Suter. He's missed the bull. He's missed the bull for the big fish. He's done treble 20, and he has slipped just into the green. But the pressure is now on Ted Everts. Not too much, right? Because he's still 4-1 up, but takes him 3 darts to do it, but Ted Everts takes out tops for another break. He's 5-1 up, and he's on throw. Ted Everts has the darts in his hand now to serve out this game for what is a rather surprisingly comfortable 5-1 current situation against Alan Suter. I thought this game was going to be much tighter than this.
I'll say we'll jump into the chat room after this because there's some absolute blinding questions in there, which we will get our teeth into because there's bound to be a 5-minute break or so between this and the semis because they like to put the semis on at the same time. But all eyes are on Ted Everts.
Just on that one though, Phil, is that if Ted wins this, but if Ted gets to the final, he then would put himself in, if Ted gets to the final, he is in a green spot for Butlins. He would, if he gets to the final, he will put himself in the mix, properly in the mix, in the green for Minehead. Now, if memory serves me correctly, I watched it. He was at Minehead last year, winning the youth final, wasn't he? That was at Minehead last year. Ted Everts won that.
He did, yes.
I was in the room. I remember it. Yeah. So he's got good form at Minehead. It'd be good to see him there again.
You remember something from Minehead?
Yeah, it's because it was on the afternoon, that one, mate. They do it in the afternoon. No, they do it early. It's very blurry. That's why. Did you not notice I was remembering but also asking at the same time? Like I wasn't sure. It's a haze. Like it's a blurry. It's a very blurry, hazy memory.
To be fair, the Friday at Butlins this year is going to be carnage because you have one super session of darts from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. and then they are putting the England game on the big screens in the tent.
Oh, in the tent?
Yep.
Wow. Oh, that's gonna be a biggie.
Carnage.
Yeah, I mean it was messy last year. I was lucky enough. The Newcastle played on the Sunday lunchtime. No, they were the early game on the Saturday. Newcastle played the 12:30 game on the Saturday. And I watched it in the bar with Chris Dobie. But Ryan and Callum Ridge were playing at the same time. So and I reckon he chose the Newcastle game instead of watching their matches that day. Priorities.
But Suits has gone back. Missed opportunity for Everts even. Matthew says, do you think the Euro Tour and Pro Tours influence the PDC selection on the Premier League, or is it just the majors? They may have a slight bearing if it's to tip the balance for someone they want, but
Some would
primarily
argue,
it'll be on the majors.
some would argue it's not even on the majors.
No. I
just
think
a
that they would
feeling.
use. I think it could be used as a narrative to spin if it was for someone they wanted.
Yeah, of course it is. That's it's a handy it's a handy thing to point at, isn't it?
Yeah, but primarily no. It doesn't. It just means. Glenn, you said it, not me. But I'm not disagreeing. There are narratives that it will fit, and there will narratives that it won't fit. Yeah.
This is a good opportunity for Ted Everts. He took out a 1-2-3 earlier on in tremendous fashion to win a match. Could he do another 120s finish 3-dart combo to win another match? He hasn't, but he's put big pressure on the throw of Alan Suter here. Alan Suter on throwing this leg, don't forget. He's got 1-6-6, but Ted Everts has managed to drag himself down to 46 points, and he will get 3 darts to wrap the match up here. He will certainly get at least 1 match dart here, Ted Everts. You would think. He's got to wrap this up, hasn't he? Oh, dear me. I tell you what, if Suter takes his 74, he could start to build up a bit of momentum, and you don't know if Ted might have a little wobble there. Because he has now had quite a lot of chances to get this game wrapped up. He's being let off as well, Ted Everts.
Surely this is the one.
Yeah, you wouldn't think he'd miss another 3. It's taking a while to update though, isn't it? Oh, he's missed them all outside.
There's another sting in the tail.
But, I mean, this is only a hold for Alan Suter, let's not forget. If Suter gets this leg, Ted Everts is still going to throw for the match at least once. Maybe twice. We are being made to wait a long time here. Oh, Alan Suter has gone round the houses there with that one. Ted Everts will get another go with 3 darts at 888. Surely he can't miss another 3 darts at that double. And he needs all 3 of them, but he gets there in the end. Ted Everts wins 6-2 over Alan Suter for a place in the semi-finals. So that confirms our semi-final lineup being Ted Everts against Nathan Aspinall and Peter Wright against Keegan Brown. Good matches in there, I think.
It does. Superb way to end the quarterfinals. So we are going to grab a quick ad break, and then we're going to come back to some great points in the chat room, which we will talk on before the start of the semi-finals. So quick ad break from us, and then we'll be back on the other side of these. Welcome back to our 9 Darts Ever, and here we are, Players Championship 23, and we are at semi-finals time. Thank you very much for all your support, as always, as we approach the 5-hour mark. 4 left for today. So I'm going to start with Philip's one. He says, have you seen the news that the European Tour Associate Qualifier will be held alongside the Women's Series? I hadn't, and that's somewhat of a surprise for me, because I know the Women's Series numbers weren't particularly great for the Germany one, and I was kind of thinking they might postpone it if numbers weren't good. But if they're going to run it alongside, then I guess there's no way out. It has to go ahead. So yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. I hadn't seen it, Phillips. Obviously, I've been sat here. So interesting. We've done that one about the major selections. Good points. Who wins, Parker or Joyce, and Usyk or AJ? Look, the Parker-Joyce fight, it's one of those ones. It'll be a decent fight. I don't think either are a top 5 heavyweight. I think if AJ hasn't got rid of Usyk within 4 rounds, Usyk wins. Bellew proved that you can get out of Usyk. Bellew caught him a few times and hurt him. But if it goes past 4, Usyk just gives him another lesson. For me.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think
AJ... Just think he's a better boxer. I think he's got more skills. He's got more up his sleeve. He's got more tricks. He's been in there. He's done the rounds. He's just. I just think it's. I think this is the point where, and I think that's sort of the level that Joe. I think Joe Joyce. I think he'll just end up being a sort of gatekeeper to the top 10. But he'll make some people some money, and he has made some people some money to get to this point. I think this will be the biggest paid fight of his career. I don't think he gets much more after this.
Yeah, and I say, but Bellew proved that Usyk can be got at early. Bellew proved that, but if he hasn't got rid of him early, then it's going to be another long night.
Yeah.
Thank you very much from Dart Sweden. Thank you as always. Has Barney got a chance of qualifying for the Grand Prix? I think we looked at this yesterday, and I think he needs a miracle.
I was going to say,
in other words,
without looking, I feel like he would need a miracle. Where is he? 26, 41. He'd need to win 2 Pro Tour events.
Or a Euro Tour, or he needs help.
And also rely on the how many people in between? A lot of people in between. 17 people, however many other people are in between him and a shot to not earn much money in that time as well. It's going to be tough. He's going to be up against it.
Yeah. The semi-final lineup is Peter Wright will play Keegan Brand, and Ted Everts will play Nathan Aspinall. Are Barney's best days over now? The glory Barney days, consistently, yes. Can he, on a given day, can he still produce fireworks? Absolutely. But consistency is the issue, and I'm not sure that will ever return to the level that he wants.
Yeah, I still think if we don't have the COVID situation, then he's not on tour, is he now? If COVID doesn't happen, he won't be playing. Like, the man was, as a his planned retirement tour of high-paid exhibitions and events across Europe completely went to knacker with COVID. And in terms of earning potential, he didn't have any earning potential for 18 months other than to get his card back and come and play darts. It's his only form of income because he needs to be playing something competitive. He needs to be out there in order to satisfy his sponsors and everything else. I just think if COVID doesn't happen, he's not even here now.
I'm with you.
I don't know about that, like.
How we doing, Liam? Hope you are good, mate. Hope you're enjoying the holidays. Thank you very, very much. Fair enough. I like that. We're all cheering on Keegan Brandon today.
Yes. We want photographic evidence, though. I want to see that on. I want that tweeting. Big words, but they mean nothing if we never get any evidence of it. If Glenn Durrant wins another major, I'm going to get the Online Darts logo tattooed across my chest.
What are you classing as a major?
At the minute, Euro Tour, like I take the semi-final of a Pro Tour, semi-final of a Pro Tour event. I feel like I'm safe. Like oh dear me. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Sam. Seniors doesn't count because I still think Glenn could do some damage in the seniors because I think it's a different environment.
That's why what age was.
Yeah, do you know? I would love. As silly as it sounds, I'd love to see that. I think Glenn in the seniors, and I think there's some real talent in the pool of the seniors. We've seen some amazing games in the last year. It's been really good. But just in terms of, I think what Glenn wants from darts now, and you know what, and what he needs from it, and how he wants to live his life and everything else, I just think it would be a really good fit. I'd really like to see Glenn on the seniors. I think it'd be great.
Yeah. Saying if Taylor came back from retirement and half his commitments on the tour, where would he be in the ranking? I don't think he'd be anywhere, and that's not taking anything away from Phil, but the desire just isn't there anymore. I think he'd get eaten alive on the tour because that desire, that hunger that he always had, just isn't there.
It's a lifestyle as well. I think it's a lot, you know, like you sort of, some of these guys, the lifestyle that they have, like, let's go, I mean, Phil, you see it more than probably most people. It's neither glamorous nor easy. You know, like it's lots of long drives sat in the car and stopping in not particularly glamorous hotels and very late nights and traveling through all strange hours. And when you've done that and you've retired and you've made your money, I can imagine it being incredibly difficult to motivate yourself. You know, when you are hungry and you want and need to win and you have goals and aspirations and you are trying to win you major titles, then you can bottle all that up as motivation. But you know, what is the motivation for Phil Taylor to, you know, drive across the country for 9 hours through the night, stay in a bed and breakfast? Like what? Why didn't he just stop at home in his mansion and enjoy himself? How motivated could he possibly be?
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. The lifestyle it's not great for them. Philip says, does Sky still have influence on the Premier League selections? I don't think there are two whilst. So the Sky wildcard picks were always a little bit of a myth. Yeah, look, Sky, Bazza always used to use it as if he wanted to put someone in that maybe was questionable. We all know who we're talking about over the years. He would kind of blame it on a Sky wildcard pick. It was that the PDC have always had final say on the Premier League. Well, maybe not always, but for a long, long time, they've always had final say. And the Sky Wildcard picks were kind of used to disguise putting certain people in. But they're certainly consulted about the picks, but whether they don't actually have final say, but they're consulted.
The way I look at it, right, and I always say this about the Premier League, and it knocks people off, but it just the way I view it, and the way I think everyone else has to view it, if they want to not drive themselves mad, is like stop thinking of the Premier League as anything that in any way you can qualify for or justify or win this and guarantee yourself a place or be here in the rankings and then you're in. Like you have to put all of that to one side and just say it's not part of the tour events. So it's not you just because you have a tour card, you don't have the opportunity to be in it. It's literally an exhibition that Sky pay for. It's like me having an exhibition in the pub down the road, and I can pick if I had £100 million in the bank, I could have an exhibition on down my pub, and I could have Michael Van Gerwen and Gerwin Price and Peter Wright, and no one at any point could say to me, "Oh, hang on, he won a major. Why haven't you booked him?" Or, "Oh, he's third in the rankings. He should be there as well." No, sorry, it's an exhibition, and I'm paying for it. And I just think like that's the PDC put a big exhibition on every year, and they call it the Premier League, and they use it to sell huge amounts of tickets in big arenas, and what they want is they want everyone who goes to that arena to have a big party feel, and it's an arena event. You know, you're not sat in Red's bar in Butlins, you know, like watching in complete silence. And they book their exhibition to suit what's going on. And I just think the more that people can just view it as a great big massive exhibition of arena darts, like that's what it is. You know, if you go and watch the WWE live at an arena, you don't write to Vince McMahon and say, "Hang on a minute, I think he won the Intercontinental title last month and he had and he should have been on the show." Like, that's not how it works, is it? Premier League's entertainment.
Yeah, look, it's still a huge tournament, and people also have to remember, I know Gob hates this, but the Premier League also props up the Pro Tour. Oh, we are live. Have
we gone? I know we were warming up. Oh, both of them. Yeah, nobody's started that yet. We have just clicked on to start both games 0-0. Let's get these opened up and see what's cooking. Oh, Johnny, I do think people do that. I just don't think it's of any practical use, and no one will listen to you. You might as well stand by the side of the A1 and shout at passing cars. So, in terms of what we've got going here, Ted Everts won the Bull and is on throw against Nathan Aspinall, and Peter Wright, in his game against Keegan Brown, won the Bull and will be throwing first. Peter Wright opens with a 1-7-4, cracking start to any leg of darts. Ted Everts hits a max with his second visit. So we are certainly off and cooking between these two games.
Which one do you want, mate?
I'm easy, mate. I've got Everts and Aspinall on my screen right now. So if you want to take Wright Brown, that's fine. Because I've got that one, I happen to have it open.
We'll continue the debate after the semi-finals, because it is a good one, to be fair.
Pre-final.
Yeah, Keegan Brown is now firmly back in the mix to keep his tour card. Is one of the big stories.
And Ted Everts, if he wins this game, could very well be going to Blackpool. Not to Blackpool, goodness me. That's what Blackpool's done to my brain. Going to Minehead, going to Butlins. Nathan Aspinall, bit of a lacklustre start on throw here. Can only find a 41 and a 40 with his first 2 visits to the board. Everts isn't really capitalising as much as you would think he could. But Ted Everts finds 2 trebles here. That poll is up on the screen for those of you that want to pick a winner. I've just picked my selection and it looks like there's a few people agreeing with me as well.
I picked MVG.
Just look. No change there then. Why change the habit of a lifetime?
I do it as reverse psychology now.
Yeah, my pick never go. Well, my pick went disastrous today. For those of you that were there with us earlier in the afternoon, I think it was still morning to be honest when I picked that one. But I picked Ryan Searle, and 15 minutes later he was out. It was probably the worst pick I've ever had in terms of one of these streams. Ted Everts absolutely flying here. Ton 132. Nathan Aspinall cannot find a treble. Oh, that 140 is helpful, but just far too little, too late. Some of those visits, 41, 40, 24, not what you want opening up on throw. Nathan Aspinall. Ted Everts takes the 32 out in 2 darts. Double 16. Perhaps maybe double 8 if he's worked his way inside, but 2-0 and a break to the good. Ted Everts find himself here, and he is now just 5 legs away from a trip to Butlins.
Keegan Brown has levelled it up. He has 1 apiece with Peter Wright. All 2 comfortable holds of throw. Remember, the format goes up. It's now 1st to 7 in these semi-finals.
A little bit better here from Nathan Aspinall, but he is doing it against the darts. So he's still, whilst throwing better, struggling to get to a pitch. Now that's good. That 125 is good because 117 is a very, very hittable checkout for a man like Nathan Aspinall. So a little bit of pressure on this 170 for Ted Everts. If he doesn't go, he's going to need to put something big in. Probably find 2 of those. That's not a disaster, but is Peter Wright using the same darts as he was using earlier on, Phil? There we go. I told you it was a risk with Nathan Aspinall. 117 to break. Lovely, lovely 117 checkout from Nathan Aspinall, which was risky. Ted Everts not enough pressure, but it didn't matter in the end. Nathan came and took it. Yeah, is Peter still with the MVG looking things?
Yeah, to be fair, he's used them before. He used something very similar, or they might have been exact those ones in, I think, the Dublin Premier League.
Nathan Aspinall he's struggling for trebles on his own throw all the way through this game. Another trebleless visit on his own throw for Nathan. Yeah, if Ted can find a couple of Trebles here. Momentum can swing again. And there we go. That is the momentum very much swung in this leg. Nathan Aspinall now, he needs a max, really. Oh, that will not do, Nathan. See if Nathan can get any pressure on this. It's going to need to be a monster score just to keep pace. And, oh, another one. Wow, visits there from Nathan Aspinall in a row. 40, 60, 36, 57. He cannot find trebles on his own throw in this match, Nathan Aspinall. Trevor Evans will get 6. And he's got himself down to 18. Aspinall back on 208. Double 9 for Ted Everts for another break of throw. And he's busted. Nathan Aspinall will come for the 87. So a quick look, see how he did that. Oh, Nathan can't take out. Ted Everts will get to go again for double 9 and takes it in 2 darts. He gets there. Wow, Ted Everts bust that. It looked like he went to hit the 1 and bust it on the 20 there. Came back around for the double 9 again, outside, inside. I do like Ted Everts' dart shirt, you know.
The old Super Ted.
My youngest lad's called Ted. If they made it in kiddie sizes, I'd have him one. That's something, Phil. You can speak to your connections. Do you know how difficult it is to get dart shirts in kids' sizes? It's a nightmare. Proper hard work. Like I've been, you know, when I've been trying for ages to get stuff for Billy. He's 7, but like they're just not available. You can't get them. Proper hard work. Hell of a leg from Ted here. 140, 180, 96. Aspinall back on 266. Another treble-less visit from Aspinall, only a 38. Again, he's not playing anywhere near the level he's played at. Nathan Aspinall has been averaging 102, 103 all day. He's been absolutely perfectly consistent for the whole of the day today, always hovering around just over 100. And he is really, really struggling in this match to hit trebles. In fact, he's struggling to put 3. Oh, there we go, Nathan. Make a fool out of me.
I tell you what, Keegan Brown is on the verge of something special. He's broken the throw, and he's in a great position to hold.
Ted Everts come forward. Just bear with me 1 minute. I've just got to run off because I can tell by the alerts on my screen that one of my kids is playing with my AirPods, so I need to go and confiscate them. Bear with me a moment.
No worries, mate. For 2, Keegan Brown leads. This is huge for him. Also, Ted Everts 4-1 up. Are we going to get an unlikely final? Huge, huge moments here.
Oh yeah, if anyone can hear a crying child in the background, it's because I've just had to go and confiscate these off him. Fun and games. Right, where are we? Let's have a look back into this game. Oh, Nathan Aspinall's scoring looks like it's finally hitting the level to which we have become accustomed. Still, though, could be too little too late. Ted Everts with a very, very established 4-1 lead. How much pressure can Ted put on this? And a huge amount of pressure. A huge score there from Ted Everts. Followed the 138 with the 139. Nathan Aspinall has to take this 86 out now, or he's looking at being broken. Again, he looks like he's missed the ball. Ted Everts now is going to come for 28 to break again and go 5-1 up. And he does. That is more tremendous darts from Ted Everts. Nathan Aspinall on the stream looks very, very frustrated at this point. Oh, he's only just missed the ball as well there, Nathan. But he does not look happy with himself. Certainly when Ted comes back for that double 14, Nathan knows he had. Well, yeah, Nathan's pacing up and down now. But Ted looks very, very comfortable.
His release looks fine, Daniel. To be fair, I haven't seen.
Yeah, it looks all right from what I can see on the stream. It's not amazing footage. It's not amazing angles. The lighting's not great, but it looks all right, to be honest. Doesn't look like he's having any trouble. Certainly not in this leg, anyway.
Keegan Brown is 5-3.
Wowzers.
This is sublime from Keegan Brown here. He's averaging 103.
Surely this can't go from Ted Everts, can it? Not going to do the 152. No, he's not. Of course he's not. I told you.
How big would this be if Keegan Brown can reel in the big fish for a double break?
Aspinall breaks back. 5-2.
So big moments here. Keegan Brown is sat on 36. This 70 has to go for Peter Wright. And it does. Last dart in hand. That could be huge. Brown was sat there waiting for a double break of throw. And then only starts 57. Peter Wright just checked on the stream. He went the tops way on 70 and found it last dart in hand. And is Peter Wright about to break back? Is Keegan Brown's work about to be undone? Because Wright has effectively stolen the darts. Brown finds a 140, but that may not be enough. He may have just gotten away with that. Only 85 from Wright. May just have gotten away with it. But again, this has to be good here from Brown. Leaves a finish, but a 2 treble visit makes Wright favourite.
Oh, I think Nathan Aspinall just missed tops. To finish 119. Everts on 65 to break straight back and re-establish that big lead and go with it. Oh, Ted Everts has worked his way around there. He's left himself 4. He needs double 2, but Nathan Aspinall coming back for double 10. Ted Everts there just missed a double to go within 1 leg of the match. This is starting to get interesting.
I will tell you in a second whether Peter Wright has missed 2 darts to level it up. Keegan Brown gets away with it. I will tell you now. Wright had 92. He scored 60 on Dart Connect. But did he have 2 darts for 5 apiece? The answer is yes, he did. The first dart is plumbing the treble 20. The second one is outside, has to move, and then can't find it. Keegan Brown is now 1 away. Peter Wright has to be perfect. It has to be 3 on the spin. Peter Wright is down to a finish. Keegan Brown, can you match it or better it? He's left a finish, but it's a bigger one. So you would expect Wright to serve this out and then say to Keegan Brown, how's your nerve? Can you hold to win? Unless he can take out 167. And then we've got a Wright champagne.
Pressure from Nathan here on Ted.
Peter Wright, double 8 to come back within 1. And Peter Wright's missed.
Oh, Ted.
Wow. No score. He's gone outside on the ball.
Oh.
Keegan Brown, an unexpected opportunity. 68 for a place in the final. And it goes, Keegan Brown. What a day the Needle is having. He is in the final, and that win puts him back into the 64 for the tour card race.
This one is getting nervy now. Ted Everts, multiple times in this game, it looked like he was just going to kick on and finish it up and get it wrapped up. He has had quite a few opportunities now to go within 1 leg. Nathan Aspinall, from being 5-1 down, we've seen him come back from absolutely nowhere already today. Came back from 4-0 down to win 6-4. Winning 6 on the spin, but now Nathan Aspinall from 5-1 back to 5-4 behind, but on throw, and he just posts a 177. This is getting very, very nervy from looking like it was completely done and dusted. Nathan Aspinall's finding something from somewhere.
Just never knows when he's beaten, does he?
Absolutely not. And the pressure is on. You know, Ted's not letting him. Nathan can't make a mistake at this point. Like, he's not He's playing very well. He's fighting his way back in, but he cannot miss a double. He can't come and miss and not clean this up now. And that is costly, because all that good work could be very, very quickly undone with a double 19 from Ted Everts. Nathan's work, and he does one dart straight into double 19, and that is a break of throw which puts Ted Everts in control, 6-4 ahead, throwing for the match. Nathan Aspinall literally came within a whisker of leveling this match up, but now finds himself a break behind. Now, Ted Everts, can you hold your throw for a place in the final? Can't find a treble on his first visit, Ted Everts. Aspinall just nudging ahead. 2 trebles here from Aspinall. Just might start to swing the balance. That won't. All back to the beginning. Ted Everts back in control. Nathan needing a max here. He's going to try and stay in this match. Otherwise, it could be over. 2 more visits from Ted Everts. How close can he get? What can he set up? From 203. Well, it's not ideally. They wanted a much bigger score than that.
Aspinall's getting frustrated as well on the stream. You can see it in his face. He's pacing.
He's been frustrated for a lot of this match. He's been itching and moving. He's been pacing around a lot, backwards and forwards, and grimacing a little bit. For most of this match, he's looked frustrated. What can Ted do here? What can he set up? He'll leave it handy. He's not perfect. Nathan needs to really. He's not going to get many more chances now, Nathan, to fight his way back into this. Three darts for Ted Everts to get rid of 80 for the match. And a spot in the final against Keegan Brown. And he can't do it. But Nathan Aspinall's going to need this 90, otherwise Ted Everts is going to get 3 darts at tops. The pressure very much on Nathan here. Get rid of this 90. And he can't. Three match darts at tops for Ted Everts. Oh, and he can't take them, Ted. Oh, dear me. Nathan comes back for 25, and he needs 2 darts, and that's it. So Nathan Aspinall breaks. This is very much on a knife edge, this match. Nathan Aspinall looked for parts of that totally exasperated. Ted Everts has gone high with all 3 darts. There, 3 match darts at double top. Third one's bounced out, mile away. Aspinall has come and mopped it up, and now darts in hand to level it. Ted Everts will get another chance to throw for this match. But could he just get it wrapped up here? Nathan's struggling with scoring again.
How much will Everts be thinking, though, Dan? He should already be in the final.
Yeah, he's missed multiple match darts, and and really feel it should never have got to 6-5. This really should have been wrapped up. You know, this should have been 7-2, 7-3, really. Nathan handed opportunities to Ted multiple times throughout the game with just not pressurising the scoring. Nathan's scoring's been way off. He's every now and again he'll have a leg and hammer in some big scores, but across the match it's been way off what we've been seeing from him for the rest of the day today. See, but again, a monster score, that's not good enough again from Nathan. Ted Everts is going to get 6 starts from 2-on-1. How easy can he make that second visit for himself? Because he's scrapping now, and that is dreadful. That is not the score that he wanted at all. Nathan scores big here, and that is a big score. The balance once again swinging in this game, and from 5-1, it looks like we could be going right to the wire. Straight in, 2 darts from Nathan Aspinall, 20 double tops. We have a noble leg at 6-all. With Ted Everts throwing.
If you're Everts, you're overthinking this now, though, aren't you?
Oh yeah, 100%. He's had so many opportunities, even in that. Like, you know, he's had chances in the last 6 legs to just run away with this match. And you can just see on the stream, Ted Everts, that was a very, very big intake and exhale of breath before he approached the hockey there, just setting himself up mentally. But is it just that experience in high pressure situations will just be enough here for Nathan Aspinall, because he has been nowhere near the better player in this match, far, far from it. But has he just got the edge in terms of settling himself and not panicking?
This has to be a max.
It does. It's got to be massive, hasn't it?
Only a max hurts Aspinall here.
It's taking a long time.
Oh
dear, Ted. That is not what you wanted to do. The wrong time to throw a 29. Anything with 2 trebles from Aspinall here, it's game over. That might do it. Nathan's been really good today between ton 20 for those checkouts. He's been really good between a ton and a ton 20. At 104, he'll fancy that after the way he took some of them out today. Ted Everts just cannot find trebles in this deciding leg, throwing for the match. And he's had 4 trebleless visits in this leg, throwing for it. Ted Everts looks to have managed to steal defeat from the jaws of victory here. This game looked absolutely done and dusted. And somehow, some way, Nathan Aspinall has just witnessed the complete capitulation of Ted Everts. Well, I mean, this could be interesting.
If this goes, me and maybe I'll pack up and go home.
If I can't have written him off too soon, surely to goodness. I'm happy to be made a fool of. Pressure on Nathan here for a double 2. Not a straightforward double, not one that everybody loves. He's got 3 darts to work with, though.
Surely there's not another twist. Surely not.
No, he's done it. 2 darts. Nathan Aspinall, 7-6 from absolutely nowhere. That game was done. I was already working out. Now, Nathan has come with a very, very big. He's took his time there. What? Oh, yeah, he has took his time there massively. He's just rattled inside.
Don't say sorry, Nathan. It's not your fault.
Yeah, he looks defeated. Nathan Aspinall looked like he'd been beaten there, didn't he? The way he reacted to winning that match. He looked exactly like a man that had just been beat.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a final. It will be Nathan Aspinall against Keegan Brown. Now, who'd have thought that this morning?
I'd wager some people will have picked one of them.
So we have a final to look forward to.
So, quick look on the 2-card race. And there, Keegan Brown is spot number 62. He hops over an awful lot of people. I tell you what, if he wins this final, Phil, he jumps over another batch of people as well in this 2-card race.
Yeah, it's exciting times for him. Who would have thought? Not many people in the chat room. Aspinall is in front on the poll, but Keegan only 14%.
Let's have a look. Ah, interesting. First and last on the poll, playing each other in the final.
Got a feel for Ted there, but it was a great game. Yeah, look, he had multiple chances. It's not as if he didn't have chances to win it.
He had 3 match darts at double tops in the leg before.
Yeah.
Like that's about, that's as big a chance as you're going to get, isn't it? Having 3 at double tops.
Yeah.
Gone very, very close. Very close there. Just not got over the line. Right, I don't think we'll have too long to wait here, I think they'll be...
What time will the World Series start in the UK? We were talking about this yesterday, Harry, that we think it will be on delayed coverage on ITV. So I'm hoping, like they have the others, you'll be able to watch it live on PDC TV, which it's not too bad. I think it's about 7:30 in the morning start, 8 o'clock. It's not too bad.
Early, isn't it? Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's not too bad. Right, so back to the chat room. Where were we before we got interrupted?
We were right up there, weren't we?
Yeah.
I had a rant
Again,
about the Premier League. I remember that.
Yeah. I was just saying that people have got to realise that the Premier League props up the Pro Tour. The money they make.
Yeah, well, of course. Because the Pro Tour doesn't make and generate any income, does it? The Pro Tour isn't, the Pro Tour isn't an income generating. There's certainly not enough people, subscribing to PDC TV to pay out all of those payments, for the Pro Tour. Nowhere near. So you need to do that. You need to have big income streams to prop everything else up.
Glenn says, do you think they should change the Grand Slam qualifiers to 2 places and fill up the gaps elsewhere? 2 or 4, but certainly shouldn't be 8.
Yeah, I'd go with that. It's too many, isn't it?
Yeah.
Takes away from what it is, I think. It stops it being the Grand Slam, really. Just having 8 qualifiers.
Yeah. Glenn says, thought it was a bit later. Yes, Philip, I will watch it live. Let's have a...
Not quite warm enough yet, so we might have a little bit of time. My emails are going mad today. I must have had 20 emails today, all pertaining to different fantasy football / fantasy Premier League / dream team. Like this, you have 24 hours to get your team in, pick your mini league. Like it's big day today for those of us that play fantasy football.
I'm going to rejig mine tonight. I've got most of them. I'm going to rejig it later. Yeah, Glenn, it might be around 10 if you've done the staff right. Just out of interest, Glenn, do you get your data from Radar? But yeah, no, I will certainly watch it live, that's for sure.
I'll be at work.
For the darts. The in-play data is what I was on about. When you have peggers there pressing the buttons. Yeah, Harry, we were talking about this. I can't remember if it was yesterday on the live lounge. I think next year, as long as everything stays as it is, potentially we could have another 1 or 2 World Series events, maybe. I'd say I'd like to see another one in North America, maybe go from New York to Canada.
Canada would be good. It'd be nice to see one in Canada. Certainly, as we know the game's on the rise there and we've got some carded players from there, I think Canada would be great.
Yeah. What do you get with a PDC TV subscription? So you get
PDC
all the Pro
TV,
Tours. Yeah, all the Pro Tours, the 2 streaming boards, the Euro Tours. This year you've had the World Series events as well, which is great. You also get priority access for every TV tournament for tickets. Look, 50 quid for what you get is exceptional value. It's 50 quid a year.
There's a lot of people that will be happy, certainly I am, paying £50 a year for priority access to tickets. Like, the way I look at it is, if you look at a lot of Premier League football teams now, you have to, if you're not a season ticket holder, you pay a membership fee of whatever, depending on what club you are, 40 quid, 60 quid, whatever, to allow you priority access to buy tickets. And it's a bit similar to that. Even if you never watch PDC TV, never watch a stream on there, every time the tickets go on sale for a TV event, you get tickets a day before everybody else. That, for me, is worth it on its own.
I've got an account somewhere, Glenn. Just don't use it anymore. I've just wondered if you got your data from, because there's some organisations I've noticed recently have been, their in-play data has been miles behind. But yeah, 50 quid for the year is just exceptional. Tommy, there's a very good chance you'll get good tickets as well. CDC's been on there as well. The women's series, look, it's just superb. I must admit, I haven't watched any of the Chinese Premier League. But yeah, it's for 50 quid a year. The amount of darts you get and the tickets, it's a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of content. I just, out of interest, just flipped over to the calendar there, just to see what was upcoming and what was on there. The other thing that's interesting, which I don't know if people realise, obviously it's streamed live, so you can go on and watch the event, but it's also all on there in terms of a catch up. So, like, even when you go on there now, that you can still go on and you can look at, at night, highlights of the Premier League and, day 2 of the Czech Darts Open. I'm literally just scanning through what's available to watch. So it's not just the stuff that's on live. There is a huge amount of content in there that you can just go and watch on demand as well, which is quite cool.
Yeah.
More darts on PDC in future, such as Dev Tour Challenge to a Q School. Suppose that's just all about logistics, isn't it, Phil? Getting cameras and commentators and staff to those events, because it's the quality. I think what PDC isn't, when you're charging people, you can't justify just sticking a webcam on a board. You have to have a production. It has to be produced and it has to be directed. Somebody has to sort of coordinate it, and someone has to be there to operate everything. So I think to start to put that on, I don't think we'll ever see it at Q School. I think that's pretty much a rule, is it, Phil? We'll never have cameras in Q School.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see it at Q School, but I think long term, if it works at the trial I did, if it works and they're happy with it, we could at least see a camera on the board for some of the challenge tour stuff and everything like that.
That'd be cool. That would be cool. Chinese parade and qualify for the World Championships if he wins it. Is that sort of an authorised route that now, Phil? The winner of the Chinese Premier League gets a spot in the World Championships. Is that all agreed?
I haven't read, but it wouldn't surprise me.
It seems like a good way of sourcing a selection from that part of the world. I think that's quite a good. I have no problem with that as a qualification method. I think it's at least people have had to play a lot of games over a period of time at an agreed standard. I have no issue with that. I think as a qualification method. Wales and Scotland need an event on the tour. Yeah, I'd back that. Ideally, in the southwest of Scotland, as close to me as possible, would be ideal. Yeah. Edinburgh would be fine. Edinburgh would be good.
I've not been to Edinburgh in a long time, but is there a big enough arena to host it? Because you look at, obviously, Glasgow's got the hydro and everything like that. Is there anywhere in Edinburgh that with 3,500 to 5,000 seater?
I feel like there is. I feel like I drove past it the other day.
Yeah, that's something I don't know.
I'm trying to think. So I'm trying to think of what of what's indoors. Obviously, because I know it sounds really daft. Murrayfield Centre is massive, but it's obviously you can't do darts there. So I'm trying to think of what's up there that's big enough.
Because obviously you boys have got the new arena in Gateshead opening. Oh, game on! Here we go, everyone.
Are we underway? Are we?
Yes, we are. Pictures on the stream. Strap yourselves in, everyone. Here we go. Here's the final.
Let's get this opened. And don't forget, everybody, we're now going first to 8. So don't be celebrating if your favourite player wins by getting to 6 or getting to 7. We're now playing the first to 8. Do we have a lot of in common with Scotland in the North East? Nothing, other than the fact that it's close by. So put in more Pro Tour events or any darts events on that are in the south is a nightmare for me because I'm so far north. So Scotland is much more convenient for me to access. Good start by Keegan Brown here.
Yeah. When does the arena in Gateshead open? Because obviously, that's superb.
Yeah, top draw. I'm not sure, to be honest. I drive past it all the time, and I'm not sure. It's because it's supposed to be monstrous, isn't it? It's the hundreds of £1 million worth of investment. But I still think the Sage would be ace. Have you seen the Sage, Phil, on the opposite side of the river to the city centre?
Yeah.
Sage would be ace. I'd go to the Sage instead of the arena. It's mint. Matching each other quite well here, but Keegan Brown off to a good start, and that is another perfectly timed 180 from Keegan Brown, looking to kick on here. Gateshead is not technically in Newcastle, Gateshead south. So you've got the River Tyne, everything north of the River Tyne is Newcastle, everything south of the River Tyne is Gateshead. So the River Tyne is the barrier between Newcastle and Gateshead. They are both cities in their own right. No pressure whatsoever on Keegan Brown here. We'll come back and have at least 3 at 25. Likely to have 6 at 25. Definitely going to have 6 at 25. Only needs 2. 2-0. Keegan Brown off to a very, very strong start here. Nathan's scoring just wasn't quite there in his last game. I mean, right, every time I say that, he does that. Every single time. I feel this could be a 9-darter. No, none at all, Tommy. Like one big city, really. The rivalries with Sunderland.
Promising start from Keegan Brown. Not so much from Aspinall. But this is better. This is what you want. When you've just been battered in the opening 2 legs, you just want a comfortable hold of throw.
And that's looking very much like what he's about to get. 2-dart combination here. Should wrap this up. If he misses this, the frustration might start to set in.
That was needed for Aspinall.
Yeah, very much so.
But still needs to find something on that average. There's a huge disparity in numbers at the moment. But is Aspinall just easing his way into this final? Consistent from Brown. But we're going to need brilliance. Oh, that is brilliant. This could be the break back.
Yeah.
After 2 poor legs, the Asp has sprung into life.
And Keegan Brown is just flattening off. Just a bit slack from Keegan Brown. The Asp is not letting up.
And this should be 2 apiece. Sensible from Aspinall. What will be interesting,
under no pressure, is he?
It'd be interesting to see if he hits 3 single 18s to see it up, or if he has missed 2 darts at a double. Because although he's got time, if he's missed 2 at a double, it will frustrate him.
Yeah, and Keegan Brown could very comfortably. Yeah, this 57 could go. Right, that 57 is a very, very hittable score. I've even hit one before.
Right, and earlier on in the day, these weren't here. These regrip issues only seem to come when there's pressure, which worries me.
Oh, Keegan Brown missed one outside as well there. He's and then just ran that second one in. But again, Nathan off to a flyer. His scoring seems to be superb early in these legs.
Yeah, it's just the pressure darts that I worry about at the moment. there was a few towards the end of that semi-final as well where the re-grip or the readdress, whatever you want to call it, was there. And when he's throwing at the treble, there's not an issue. It's when he's going downstairs or going for a double. After 5 legs, it looks as if Aspinall will trail 3-2, but it should be the other way. He should be in front, Dan.
Yeah, definitely. The momentum is with him. Lovely. Very, very, very nice. Huh.
Yes, the Masters used to be in Edinburgh, but I think they moved it because it was too small. That was where famously Merv King collapsed and James Wade pinched his pocket. Sorry to be a party pooper, but Gazzy's not playing tomorrow. He'll probably be home by now or nearly.
If he's not home yet, he's over the bridge and he's nearly there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's close.
Keegan Brown still has a break of throw. And is well ahead here. Nathan needs a max, put some pressure on. That's not going to be enough, I don't think. Certainly not enough. Keegan Brown takes out the 94 to re-establish that 2-leg lead, 4-2. Again, Nathan Aspinall cannot make mistakes. With him being a leg down, he can't make any mistakes at all.
No, Johnny hasn't played in any of these. Johnny's actually going to Australia today, I believe. So the Welsh World Cup team will not be there tomorrow at all. One of them's been there for a few days, but with Australia coming up, obviously, a lot of them are taking their families out as well.
Gerwyn Price involved in a remarkably strange match today as well. Very, very bizarre.
Well, I've still got no idea how he lost. The same as I've got no idea how. Are we taking a little side wager? Will Gary Anderson play tomorrow? Will we get 3 days in a row from Gando?
No. Absolutely not.
Computer says no.
Yeah, no. And it's a weekend as well, like not on a Friday. Like,
this 60
pressure on Aspinall here.
This has to
big
go.
Pressure. That 54 did him no favours whatsoever.
And it
took him 3 to get there. He's not comfortable, is he?
I just want to see if he, because more players have got to learn to throw the flatty, especially the ones that have their darts stand up. They've got to learn to throw.
Oh, he's had to move and throw around it.
Yeah.
And then he's gone high. Like that's, he must have just drilled it in the end. Yeah, he's just pezzled it in with his last dart. But
again,
he made life really hard for himself.
More players have to learn to throw that flat dart when they need to. It could become a huge tool in someone's arsenal. That we see players that refuse to switch and they don't score as many points as they should because they're fine at block targets. This thing of the flat dart on 60 could become huge.
Definitely. So that 9 darts. How many 9 darts are there? Just the one, as far as I can work out. Jack Main, I think.
Yeah. We were
think
teased
he
a
was
lot
the
with
only one.
back-to-backs, but
Yeah, we have. We've been close a few times. I don't think anyone else has had a dart at it. I think we've had a few back-to-back 180s.
a few
The Jack Main. Lovely from Keegan Brown. That again, re-establishing that breaker throw. There is and that is a big error. There is just literally no room for error now for Nathan Aspinall because he's running out of opportunities to break and get ahead. Keegan Brown already at 5. Nathan Aspinall has another troublous visit on his throw, and he is really going to be up against it.
Yeah.
There can be no more mistakes from Nathan Aspinall. Keegan's scoring's a bit up and down. He's averaging 104, but he seems to be a bit up and down in his scoring. So is Nathan, to be honest, with those very, very differing visits in this leg. He's just got a bit of pressure on it now. This 1-3-2 to hold. Keegan might fancy a ton. Potential 2-dart combination. What's the backups if it goes wrong? And that is a big slip from Nathan, holding the door open for Keegan Brown. Potentially another break if he can take out this 100.
Yeah,
oh, it looks like he missed. Again, the pressure is big on this 86 from Nathan Aspinall. He has to take it out. Otherwise, Keegan Brown's coming back for 3 darts at double 10 for another break. And Nathan does take it out, but he's having to work for every single leg, even just to hold his throw at the minute. And that's a good start from Keegan Brown, 1-3-6.
Oh. All Aspinall will be saying is don't let him get to 7. Keep him away from 7.
Yeah, he's running out of chances though, Aspinall, isn't he? Every time Keegan Brown holds his throw, he's just nudging closer and closer to it. Aspinall's very much quickly running out of chances.
Yeah. 180 here makes it interesting though. Not enough. Not enough.
That's a good score, that. Will it be under? It's not under any pressure whatsoever. At least 6 darts for Keegan Brown from 78. Very, very comfortable here. And he's set up tops. Nathan get anywhere near putting pressure on that? No, not really. He can't. 3 darts at tops, and Keegan Brown only needs 2 to get rid of the 40.
Keegan Brown
now just 2 legs of Players' Championship. 23.
That was interesting. On that 78, when he teed up tops, he didn't get a dart out. He strayed into the treble 1 and then had to go around and set it up, which was interesting. He didn't get a dart at tops there. I thought he'd missed one to start with.
Weird. Not the start, Nathan. That's one wants on his own throw as well. 58-58 on your own throw, a breakdown. Not when someone's going to come and throw a 1-3-4 at you. Oh, Nathan. This is just not good enough.
This could hurt.
That's enough that for now.
That's enough.
Keegan
Joe is
definitely.
Whether he does or not, they can pull out between now and then. But huge opportunity here now. The writing. Let's be fair. Nathan Aspinall has dodged some bullets today. Is his luck finally going to run out?
Like I was going to say, he has been granted chances and opportunities today that he had absolutely no right having. And yes, fair play to him, he's taken those chances, but he has been let into games that he had no right being in at all. And surely this can't happen again, because once again, Keegan Brown should just be wrapping things up here. This should be a very comfortable break of throw here for Keegan Brown. Coming back for 41. Not under big pressure.
Oof. Is he going to get another chance that this 104 has to go, Dan?
Absolutely, because he's just got no margin for error at any point at Nathan, has he? He's got no. Oh. It looks like he potentially missed double tops there. Keegan Brown will have 3 darts at 88.
Oh my. Is it happening again?
Wow. Goodness me. Remarkable. Truly, truly remarkable. But all of that was just a hold for Nathan Aspinall. All of that backwards and forwards and kneelies and knots, but that was just a hold of throw. Keegan Brown remains a break to the good and is on throw, and he is just 2 legs from victory. Nathan Aspinall once again can't find a treble. Aspinall's average down to 86 now, which is about as low as I've seen it today, I think.
Should start 19s here. 7 19s leaves 170. Well, I need to look what he's done here. If he's gone upstairs first. He knows better than that. His first starts upstairs. He went downstairs first. Fair play. Treble 3. I let him off. When it comes up 85, you instantly think he's gone upstairs first, and it's like,
oh, Keegan Brown's bust 78. What has he done there? Oh my word.
Oh my!
What on earth has happened there? Right, how's he bust gun? Wow.
He's at a treble 20 going for a single.
That is a disaster for Keegan Brown, but that is unbelievable. for Nathan Aspinall. And what a way to punish that slip going bust for Keegan Brown.
In sport, if it's your day, it's your day.
And I tell you what, again, look at this leg here. What does that tell you about the way the tide and the momentum has swung in this match? Nathan Aspinall already down to 1-4-1. Keegan Brown yet to find a treble. That is nowhere near enough to put some pressure on Aspinall.
Keegan Brown has absolutely bossed this final. However, he has made the cardinal sin. And is he going to pay the biggest price of all, Dan?
Three darts at 32 for Nathan Aspinall to go into the lead for the first time in this final. Nathan Aspinall has not been in the lead at any point. And that is just not enough from Keegan Brown. Nathan Aspinall is going to get plenty of opportunities here. One dart again finds himself on double two, won a leg on double two in his last match. And now all of the momentum is with Nathan Aspinall, and Keegan Brown has everything to do. He can't start a leg on 27 because Nathan Aspinall is just one away. One mistake from Keegan Brown, and his run today is over.
Keegan Brown has bossed this game. And this is on par with the Gary Anderson go in price 5 minutes.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That 5 minutes of madness. But this is a very, very strange turn of events here. Because even if Keegan Brown can get through this leg, and at the minute, I'm not sure I'd back him to do so, Nathan Aspinall would then have the darts in a decided leg. That 180 is very nicely timed from Keegan Brown. He really needed that. But he's going to have to find something even more. I think we might be going all the way here, Phil. All the way. Oh! Hoo-hoo! Pressure. No such thing, says Keegan Brown.
Have some of that.
Noble leg underway. Nathan Aspinall to lead us off. A treble-less visit for either man here. And their campaign could be completely done for. That will do for Nathan Aspinall as a start point. Wow. Both come to play in this deciding leg.
Who will blink first?
That's a slip. That is a slip that was punished. Need a big score from Nathan now. Probably not big enough, depending on what Keegan can do here. If he finds two trebles, he's really in the driving seat. And there they are. Keegan Brown will get to go at 107 for the match. He will get a chance to win this. He's pinched the darts in this leg. Oh, wow.
If this goes.
We've seen a 1-2-3 checkout today earlier on from Ted Everts. Nathan Aspinall, 1-2-3 required for the match. Yeah. Oh, he's left himself tops. Keegan Brown, 3 match darts at double 10. 3 in hand. Keegan Brown, how are your nerves? There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Keegan Brown is the winner of today's Pro Tour event.
Let's see what it means to him. And to be fair, I think the right man has won this final.
Agreed. Yeah, I think.
Although Nathan led, I think the right man has won this final.
Yeah, very, very well deserved. Keegan Brown has been very, very steady all day. No real peaks and troughs. Hasn't done anything. You know, you couldn't really. It'd be hard to pick a highlight reel out of amazing things he's done throughout the day. But he's been very, very consistent in the way that he has played. He's found his A game and stuck with it for pretty much all of the day today. Outscored Nathan Aspinall and did outplay him there in that final. Just there was a little bit of a wobble where Nathan nearly got back in, but very good, solid performance all day from Keegan Brown.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. What another day of darts. Keegan Brown, superb. And that is a huge, huge boost in the arm for him to keep his tour card. We spoke about it earlier. I'm just going to refresh. That puts Keegan Brown up to 57. He started a long, long way back. I think now he's only about $6,000 away.
Very close, isn't he?
His card. Unbelievable. From Keegan Brown. But everyone, thank you very, very much for joining us across the day. We will be back tomorrow for Players Championship 24, the final burst in this little run. Who will be there tomorrow? Remember, no going price. Definitely. There may be a few more as well. We will see overnight. Dan, thank you very, very much for your time. As always, enjoy the holiday. Enjoy the trip south tomorrow. It's always a pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow, 11:55. I've been Phil Bars, Dan Simpson for Online Darts, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning.
This is just the beginning. Level.